le moya o boitshepo ra go leboga mo mosong ono re lebogela tshireletso ya gago mo bosigong jo re bo tsogang gonne ko ntle ga gago morena ga re itse se ke be se diragetse mme ra go leboga ka tse tsotlhe tse o re diretseng re tsena mo tirong ya setšhaba ke kgosi ya bogolo gore e nne wena o re tsamaisa mo go yone be the guidance mo tirong yotlhe e re tabeng re e dira bana ba gago ba gano kgosi ya botshelo go tla gore le kodisa ka tse ba di dirang mo lephateng la bone mme Jehova ke a go lopa gore ba he botlhale le kitso ya go araba dipotso ka ga di ntseng ka teng seba le gore bolelela boammaaruri seng sepe gape tse tsotlhe re a di leboga re solofela o tla di tlotsa ka dinago le legolo ke a rapela amen
amen ke nako ya go itsane nna ke bidiwa Taolo Boipuso Lucas mo palamente wa Bobirwa ke modulasetilo wa komiti ya PAC honorable members
Jermaine ke Victor Billy Pologolo mo palamente wa Kanya West gore tetse ke kgonegile mo East
Sam Dirwa mo palamente wa Botete West
Boniface Mabeo mo palamente ga Malete
Olelo Mutausani Tamaga Kumakwa
dumelang motlhalema mo wa Lusi mo palamente o ithapetsweng ke batho ba nkanke
3 AGs.
Good morning. Kibidua Tapapiwa Mutsumi, Principal State Counsel at the Attorney General's Chambers.
Dumelang Kibidua Bakang Motlake from Ministry of Finance, the Department of Office of Accountant General.
Good morning. Kibidua Kutsafalo Amen, Office of Accountant General.
Good morning. My name is Janet Mahana, Deputy Auditor General from the Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning. Kibidua Lindu Yalavmo from Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Mulefi, Technical Advisor to the PAC.
County Officer Lukari Kitsisi.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, committee members. My name is Kakamalo Ken Kisajwang, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, sitting here for Ministry of Transport and Communication. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you?
Good morning. Kibidua Khomotsama Chief Accountant, Ministry of Transport, of Communications and Innovation, sitting here for Ministry of Transport and Communication.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I'll request the acting PS of Communication and Innovation also to introduce himself. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, acting PS, Communications. What we are going to do, we can introduce Halal, but we will also have you to take an oath.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mr. Haulaure, acting PS Minister of Communications and Innovation.
Thank you very much. What we are going to do, we are going to have you three take oath. Raket Sajwang, Finance Chief, as well as the acting PS. We'll all take oath so that wherever we need him to fill in whatever information, he can come in. We will straight away go to the oath. County Officer, we've been with you before. This is the second installment of your appearance here at PAC. Otan Salam Rago. I,
Kakamalo Ken Kitsajwang,
swear by Almighty God.
Swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give,
That the evidence I shall give.
Before this Committee of Parliament.
Before this Committee of Parliament.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing else but the truth.
And nothing else but the whole truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Reka Gaikana Finance Chief. I
Khomotso Masole.
swear by. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we can start again. I
Khomotso Masole.
swear by Almighty God
Swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
before this Committee of Parliament
before this Committee of Parliament
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the
and nothing
truth.
else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Acting PS, Communications, so that we can deal with the issues from the narrative and then I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall before this Committee of Parliament, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you very much. Acting PS, me re simolola ka go kopa county officer gore a re neele a brief presentation here, the executive summary, where issues of governance, where issues, where current issues, and the future. I shall come out. We suppose the issues of the mandate shall also be come out from the executive summary. Right, so re tabure go kopa gompieno gore re neele executive summary how we take it as read, so it will be a summary indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to greet you, Mr. Chairperson, and your committee members, and all the staff, support staff here present. Let me start to thank you, Mr. Chairman, to give me yet another opportunity to appear before your committee during this 61st Public Account Committee meetings to give you the status of the accounts of the Ministry of Transport and Communication. Former Ministry of Transport and Communication was responsible for driving the development and utilization of ICT, transport infrastructure development, and integrated transport services. Currently, the ministry has been rationalized, the forming two ministries being Transport and Infrastructure and Communication and Innovation. Highlighting the mandate of Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, Mr. Chairman, which is responsible for policy, strategy, standard development, leadership and direction on matters relating to transport infrastructure development, as well as maintenance. The ministry has got 8 departments, just to mention a few: road transport services, government fleet management, building infrastructure planning and development, and road infrastructure planning and development, as well as corridor management, transport corridor management. Transport and infrastructure has got 3 parastatals, being Botswana Railways, Civil Aviation Authority of Botswana, and Air Botswana. And beside that, it has got 3 professional regulatory bodies, being Engineers Registration Board, Architects Registration Council, and Quantity Surveyors Registration Council. Shifting to communication and innovation, just to highlight its mandate, which is for overall policy development, strategy, standards on communication, knowledge utilization, research, science, and technology. And this ministry has 7 departments: Department of Communication, Infrastructure and Business, Shared Digital Services, Technology and Commercialization, Research and Knowledge Business, Radiation Protection Inspectorate, Digital Transformation Coordination Office. And the ministry has got 5 parastatals, being BOCRA, BUFNet, Botswana Post, Botswana Institute of Technology Research and Innovation, known as BITRI, and Botswana Digital Innovation Hub. The finances for the year under review, Mr. Chairman, the recurrent expenditure stood at 99%, and the development expenditure stood at 69%. However, we realized a shortfall in terms of revenue collection during the year under review, which was 21-22, and we realized only 66%. The reason being that due to road transport license as a result of low issuance of local and cross-border permits due to movement restrictions by then. Touching on a mandate of some of the departments under these ministries, starting with the Department of Road Transport Services, which is responsible of implementation of Road Traffic Act and Road Transport Permits Act. I have to highlight that on practical testing, the ministry completed intelligent driver testing system in Francistown and Gaborone, which is meant to improve competency of drivers and limits human interference in the driver's testing. Also on theory testing, the department successfully, or the ministry successfully rolled out driver theory testing system to 13 stations against 19, and one station is currently, the rollout is currently ongoing. Accreditation as an initiative, the RTS accredited as an awarding body and an educational training provider by Botswana Regulatory Authority. We also have to work on improving our plate numbers. There was a personalized number plates project or initiative where the ministry managed to develop and publish regulations for the vehicle identification, which we call them secure vehicle identification number plates. On government fleet management, currently the fleet size stands at 12,000 vehicles and 600 yellow fleet. We have come up with initiatives within the Department of Government Fleet Management, one of them being to try and explore possibilities of leasing of vehicles from private sector in order for government to stop buying many vehicles in order to manage the size of the fleet, which I have indicated it is currently standing at 12,000 vehicles. During the 25-26 budget allocations, ministries were allocated a budget to engage in long-term leasing programs such that they can source these services from the market. We also know that as part of an asset management cycle, the acquisition of an asset will ultimately lead to release of such an asset. That is why we have auction of government vehicles, and in the year 2024-25, 919 vehicles were auctioned, and 35 million was received or accrued from that. One of the functions or the roles that the ministry does is to avail fuel to all these 12,000 vehicles as well as the 600 yellow fleet. So we have also come up with another initiative to outsource, the government fleet management fuel points to citizen-owned Botswana and to the private sector. And that project or that initiative is ongoing. And we have also entered into collaboration with Botswana Oil as a competent authority within the space to be the one to coordinate and manage this program. The other initiative that is being pursued is insurance of government vehicles, because at the moment the vehicles are not insured, and we have explored all the possibilities, being the conventional insurance, and we have identified another option, which is the self-insured option. And the initiative, the program is, we are still engaging and collaborating with all the necessary stakeholders. On the road side, we have to note that the backlog in maintenance of road network, especially gravel and earthworks, still remains a challenge, because in total we have around 9,000 kilometers of our road network, and around 7.7 of those are the paved, which are the tarred road, and around 7,000, these are the gravel road, and 4,000 is for the sand. So we really, especially when it comes to the gravel road and the sand, and they need to be maintained regularly. So the ministry, in its endeavor to carry out its mandate to preserve the road assets, experienced limited funding in the last 2 financial years. We also have to note that currently the ministry has some development projects in different stages of completions. Amongst them, we have Mandunyan, Shashemo, Keborolong, Chadibe, Matangwani, Motopi Makalamabedi, New Kadi Junction, New Kadi Road, and Tamakakubun, just to mention a few. Mr. Chairman, just to mention that government adopted a new program as an initiative to try and implement the infrastructure development program, which was called the Development Manager Model. So I have to indicate that the Development Manager Model was introduced in 2022 when it was initially conceived as a new initiative before it was ultimately adopted after the issuance of a presidential directive. By October 2023, government entered into contracts with 9 DM companies, and 148 projects were deployed to those 9 DMs. So ever since the commencement of the program, looking at the volume of the projects that are being handled under this program, there has been some financial constraints which have slowed overall project progress. And in December 2024, there was an initiative or a decision to review the program, because initially when this program was conceived, it was conceived as a pilot project, which was still going to be reviewed like any pilot activity. As necessitated by the review, 70 projects at the concept development stage were suspended, with 23 awaiting approvals to proceed to construction or to agree on the budgets. And 47 of the 70, the budget was agreed between the DM and the ministry. Among the 78 ongoing projects, 62 remain in feasibility studies, and 16 have progressed to detailed design and construction. So in a nutshell, there are only 16 projects which have gone through all the preliminary stages until to the construction phase. In January 2025, a task team was commissioned to evaluate the DM model, completing its report towards the end of March 2025, and the report was presented in March 2025. So what has been happening ever since the receipt of the report, Mr. Chairman, is to go through the recommendations and the findings as the ministry to make the necessary comments on that. And where we are engaging the presidency and cabinet. And then thereafter, there's going to be a rigorous engagement with the DMs themselves, because you'll note that by virtue of the size of the projects, as I indicated, there are 148 projects. It means each and every single project, if there is any decision that has to be taken, it has to be looked at as an individual transaction or activity. So where we are, Mr. Chairman, with regard to this program, the presidency is being engaged in cabinet and also the DMs themselves. And once this exercise has been done, that is when the findings from the report will be made public. On the aviation sector, Mr. Chairman, I just want to indicate that 2 new routes have been added to the international route. and we have the Ethiopian Airline and the Fly Namibia. We also have to note that with regard to the aviation safety, the country has been doing very well, as it is evidenced by the latest audits that were conducted, which resulted on a score of 85.78 against the previous one, which was 80%. Also, within the civil aviation security, the country is doing very well, because from the effective implementation score, which is also an audit that is conducted by the International Civil Aviation Organization, has placed the Botswana around 76%. So this is an assurance that both our skies and the safety around our civil aviation space, the confidence is very high. On the railway sector, Mr. Chairman, I have to indicate that at the moment, there are 3 railway lines that are undergoing implementations. We have this Mosetseka Zungula Livingston Railway, which is connecting Botswana with Zambia. There is a collaboration or a bilateral agreement between the 2 countries, and currently the feasibility study is about to be completed. And then we have the Trans-Kalahari Rail Line, which is connecting Botswana with Namibia. The consultant is on site to carry out the feasibility study, who commenced work in April and is envisaged to take 12 months. And then we also have Mamabulale-Palla Railway Link, which is connecting Botswana with South Africa. The feasibility is also about to be completed. The one for Mosetsek Livingston, the Mamabulale-Palla Railway Link feasibility study is just to finalize the report, is almost done. The other thing that perhaps I should mention is the passenger train, Mr. Chairman. The Ministry has issued a call for an expression of interest to identify a private partner to operate the passenger train. But I also have to underscore that recently a new board of Botswana Railway was commissioned. And perhaps this is one of the assignments that is before them, that they will engage with government and see how to expedite either the introduction or the identification of a partner to come and run the passenger train. On the discerning item, which came about as a result of the expansion of the Maung Airport, there were some residents that were to be compensated as a result of the projects, because during the expansion of the airport, it affected some of the homestays and they had to be compensated. So as it stands, we have 147 identified residents who are still to be paid. And the budget for that is 3.6 million. So the rest of the beneficiaries or the people have already been catered for. So the only thing that we are currently attending is to secure funding in order. All the logistics and the audits and assessment has been done and completed. And it has been established that indeed there's 147. But I also have to indicate that the other number is being handled at the High Court. Because for those who have to benefit, who are the beneficiaries of some of the deceased beneficiaries, the matter has to be handled by the High Courts. Shifting to the Ministry of Communication and Innovation, briefly, we have telecommunication and postal services. The major projects that we can highlight here is the international connectivity, because as a country, we have to network with the globe, the jurisdictions, in order for us to facilitate communication. And that project is ongoing. And ultimately, once the country has managed to enhance its connectivity, especially with the United Kingdom and South Africa, and also exploring other opportunities of connecting with Zambia and Mozambique and Namibia, this will really enhance service delivery, because it is through these connections that we will realize the internet connectivity, or what is commonly referred as World Wide Web. There is also still under telecommunication and postal services, the backbone projects, where now as a country, we have to identify all cities and towns and villages around the country and make sure that we connect them through the necessary facilities or the fiber in order to create a loop which will then be connected to the international space. And once we have done that, the other project that is ongoing is the local access projects, where now you connect this loop to the businesses, the schools, and government facilities. And that is the project that is ongoing. As a result of that, a total of 1,138 government and business businesses have been connected to the local access network. On the Department of Information and Technology Government Data Network Expansion 3, the Ministry is currently implementing the Government Data Network Expansion 3. And also Government Multimedia Network comprises 9 key components executed as independent yet interconnected initiatives. So these are some of the projects that are currently ongoing in order to ensure that as a country, we are connected to the rest of the world. On Digital Transformation Coordination Office, Government Online Services, government developed OneGov, One Citizen platform to provide a common and seamless access to public services. And there are several institutions, services that can currently be accessed through the same platforms, like we have 34 e-services that can be accessed by the public online. And these include 17 businesses facilitation, e-services over through Botswana Trade Commission, 8 e-services under Ministry of Labour and Home Affairs, 8 services under Botswana Teaching Professional Council, just to mention those. Moving towards conclusion, Mr. Chairman, just to mention under the e-mobility. Botswana's e-mobility program is a strategic initiative aimed at transforming the country's transportation sector through the adoption of electric vehicles and sustainable mobility solutions. Spearheaded by Botswana Institute of Technology Research and Innovation, the program aligns with national goals of economic diversification, environment, sustainability, and technological advancement. And this project has got benefits, one of them being mitigation of climate change, job creation, value chain development, and reduced running and maintenance costs. Because if you compare the e-mobility vehicle cost running it, even maintaining it with the conventional one, there's a lot of benefit from that. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, through the Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Plan, entails modernizing and transforming the country's infrastructure through, among others, smart airports, energy-efficient buildings, and digitization of transport services. To accelerate this agenda and deliver project effectively, the Ministry is leveraging on public-private partnership to unlock required expertise and funds from both the public and the private sector. Mr. Chairman, as part of our commitment to ensuring sustainability and improving the quality of our road infrastructure, the Ministry desires to establish a road authority and road fund administration in accordance with the SADC Protocol on Transport and Communication. The Ministry of Communications and Innovation held a private sector-led ICT convention on the 14th and 15th of April 2025 in Mahalape to discuss the future of ICTC in Botswana, focusing on developing a roadmap of the next 5 years. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Accounting Officer, Canary Modibukien say 21-22, me Lehakon Sejalo, Compiano Tore, Libile, the governance part, the reports, and the governance part of the report gives us an opportunity for a relevant level in future. So as honorable members comment on this one, they have a window into the future, and how to le botsa ka tse di kopele le bo le itse gore ke gone gore e ba letelesega go le botsa ka tse di diragalang gompieno le tse di tla diragalang mo nako e tlang, and that window is provided by the presentation you have just made. Honorable members, re go la bothano ke a itse gore honorable members ga go nna la bothano ga go ithala bana di party ke go tsa di kgaolo ya re ke a ene rona ba re ikotelang gore se ka ra botsa ka bolele but remain firm and robust. Ke tabo ke kopa rights o Malusi, honorable Malusi, gore a simolole puisano ya tsatsi la gompieno.
Ka leboga Chair, dumelang. PS ne ke kopa go botsa ka BOTSWANA. Ke botsa pele gore a BOTSWANA na le body gone yana le gore ina le baka le ka isna body ka gore ke na le kitso gore ine isna body yana ke botsa gore e teng gone yana le gore ditshwetso dintsi di dirwa ke mang ha body e seo. Ka leboga.
Respond, County Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, I can confirm that BOTSWANA has got a board as we speak, which was constituted during the month of May. From April, yes, the board is in place.
It was constituted in May.
Yes, the final appointments were made in May.
Okay. How long has it remained without a board? That is the other question he asked.
BOTSWANA, it's about 2 years, I'll say that. And generally, when it comes to decision making, because it's not only that the board was not there, there were some other members, even though the quorum was not there. And yes, indeed, Honorable Member, you would say there was no board. But the organization was run by the executive, and wherever there were decisions that would really, present decisions that would really need, the decision of the board while the board is absent, the minister is allowed, according to the Act, to alleviate in such situations. I can give an example. For instance, if there is a need for an audit exercise to be conducted and a board has to sanction that, in the absence of the board, the minister is allowed to step in and play that part in the interim in order for that. Yes.
So, because you are just giving us a scenario. I want the decision in the past 2 years because now board telling or the ratify like a minister and whether that and is it good for corporate governance?
No, I was just giving an indication that if there was any pressing, there is no specific reason decision that the minister made. I was just responding to your answer where you said, in the absence of the board, what was really happening. I was just giving you that option that in the absence of the board, if there is any pressing need to make any decision, the minister can step in and intervene. But generally, the organization was run by executive.
Okay.
Sorry, Honorable Paul wanted to intervene.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. You stated that there was no board for very specific. This year. The reason is you are going to have to show this committee Church 1 to Church 10. It's a recommend specifically. But then again, you also need to make it very clear to us board. when expectation is that there has to be a board that would govern or supervise the executive. Thank you. Why was there no board? And what action was taken to correct that?
Chairman, can you add one more question?
I'll just allow that one, and then we continue.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, one decision, one major decision, body, sanction minister. Which key decision was that?
Let me
respond to Honorable Polo and then
respond to
Honorable Mabel.
I've now missed the question. Can you come again, sir?
Question is the exact period Botswana in your parade without a board. This is in anticipation. Questions will follow that would want to know the decision and advance the reason why body NAS were in the first place, what attempts were made to come up with a board, and why no sakona body in it.
Yes,
I will confirm the exact date on honorable member. When was it really started where the institution did not have board? I'll request my team to get that confirmation. On why the board was not in place, I have to indicate that initially the board was there. Some of the members had to resign in the process, and then the process to reappoint other members, it took a bit of time. And ultimately, during the process, there are some other changes which happened. And that is why ultimately the board was appointed. It's not that the board was not completely there. The board was there. I think there were about 4 members instead of 7 to make a quorum. And then some of the other old members in the process, they then retired or resigned from being members of that board, reducing the number.
Honourable members, you'll bear in mind that we may not want to be very elaborate on this one because there's also a committee called statutory bodies, and it looks specifically at SOEs. But I'll allow a few questions. Honourable Mabel's question.
Ramabel's question, I indicated to the Honourable Member Mualusi that the reason why I cited that option, I was merely making it to emphasize the point that in this absence of a board, the Act provides that the minister, if there is any pressing need or a decision to be made, the minister can step in. And I even cited a generic example where perhaps the organization has to undertake an audit that is required by an oversight agency. The minister can step in and facilitate that.
Accounting officer, one key decision that was taken and identified by the minister. One, just one. That's the question from Honorable Mabel.
One key decision that was made was to facilitate the appointment of the general manager.
That was taken by the minister?
Yes, because logically it's supposed to have been recommended by the board. By then, Botswana did not have a general manager, and the minister had to play his part in that space.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Walus, please.
Whether you are aware of the plane it's a paint to Namibia, process it's 3 weeks, mean at 4 months. In those 4 months, an aeroplane was leased from Airline at a cost of $3,300 per month, per block hour, instead of the industry standard, they are 1,300. Le gore, at that those 4 months, Botswana was making 1.3 million. Me ba duela a link 4 million. Whether key information le gore e ka tsaya gore le mo ditsebeng tsa gago le gore batho ba ba pentang ba ne ba tshwantse ba pente airplane kana ba ne ba penta airplane ba ile ba delay ka 4 months. Airlink has a 40% stake in that company. Whether o bona go siame gore e ka re Airlink e benefita gore le lease plane e be le bona ba penta plane ya lona gore a me delay eo ha khosiwa ke gona gore there was a conflict of interest. So ne batla go itira di khantseo ka gore supervisor Botswana di gorogile go ditsebeng tsa gago.
Respond, Accounting Officer.
Thank you, Chairman. As you indicated, Chairman, that there is a specific statutory committee which deals with matters of state-owned enterprises. I also want to highlight this, Mr. Chairman, that when it comes to matters of procurement, parastatals, the accounting officer of a parastatals is given the same status as the accounting officer of a ministry before the public procurement law. So they are allowed to undertake their procurement because the procurement law has given them that authority to undertake their procurement. So the relationship between Air Botswana and the Namibian company, it was undertaken through a procurement transaction. And the accounting officer of Air Botswana possesses the same rights and ability to account for the procurement that they have undertaken. In my
feature of being in the PAC, straight. If you are paying more money than you are making, you can get a delay or it's not going to cost government money. When I was
yes, Mr. Chairman. As a ministry, we are aware of that Air Botswana has engaged a Namibian company to assist them with the maintenance and the painting, and also to train their pilots and their crew members in order to allow the aircraft to start flying.
Okay. Why do you see, honorable member?
Specifics. Air Botswana is paying more than it's supposed to be paid. So, which is supposed to, if I was in his shoes and I know them, I would have taken action. Even the management, company engaged it dwell on 19 million per month. Me able to idira 18 million ka plane is on it. Is it because what no parliament thing ba kopela e botswana mati me madianta sinyega. So it's not an issue that we can take lightly if we read to highlight.
Yeah, we will not. I think you will answer that one, but I also want members to realize that in terms of other detail, really, the statutory bodies will go into it. But please.
To answer to the honorable member, Mr. Chairman, as I indicated that the board of Air Botswana has recently been instituted, one of the assignment that they have started working on is to ensure that the airline is resuscitated. And for them to do that, they are going to look on all these activities, including the acquisition of the 3 aircraft and the collaboration that Air Botswana had to enter into.
You're right.
Yes.
Ya body or tlhophilwe tale ba dikgantse mme hala wena mme up to now lo di rile eng ka dikgantse tse di lebegang di bordera mo tshenyetso setšhaba. I think that is the question of the honorable Malus.
What I'm trying to say, Mr. Chairman, is that working together with the newly appointed board, that assignment has started. Because when you deal with the issues of transactions or procurement, you then have to come to a point and start doing either a forensic audit or an audit of the procurement on how everything was handled. So that exercise has started, and the honorable members will be given feedback once the exercise
It started in May.
I'm saying we are at the preliminary stages to try and work out in order to improve the situation within Air Botswana.
Rauto ya go improve.
Yes.
Accounting officer. Ra re mme kana dikgantse ke tse di tsweletseng go ntse go dirwa eng ka tsone. I think that is where he's coming from. Go ntse go dirwa eng ka tsone. Ra utlwa gore you are talking about the future, but up to May go ntse go dirwa eng ka tsone.
What I can say is that the aircrafts have now been delivered to Botswana and they have started flying. So like any activity, there's going to be an audit on this transaction, on how it happened and how it was managed.
Yeah,
and this is going to, the board has already started this assignment. I thought this is what I'm saying.
Ha ngwe le nna ke go thusa gore o tswe mo mathateng mma ke go thusa ka gore ke re the other committee will look into the details of that, but ha wa rabe potso ya gore go ntse go diragala eng in the absence of the board ha go ne go lebe ga gona le tshenyo ga o yarabe go telele o ingaparela ka body e appointileng ka May. So, honorable member, I will ask you to leave it at that. Me awa itse gore Botswana Railways ba ntse ba sa submit dibuka tsa bone auditiwa as expected. For 4 years, so we learn. Do you know that?
I'm aware of Air Botswana. I will find out with regard to Botswana Railway.
Either the information I get on good authority is that they have not been submitting their books for auditing. Statutory bodies. Maybe the last question on Air Botswana, please, and then we go to the other details. There are a lot of issues around the mandate of this ministry.
nya ma ke tsoma e Botswana ke ta kere le body ya le gore ba reditse bana la assignment ya no ya go le ka go bona gore gate go ira gaetsang ka e Botswana ya no gongwe ke botsa ya bobedi ka the one gov one citizen project gore difference ya yone le e-government ene ke le ya dirwa le yone ke what is the difference between the two?
What is the difference between the two? We have heard about e-government, and it didn't seem to be going very well. Now there is another one. What is the difference? Very relevant question. Acting PS, Communications, you will take that one.
Okay. Good morning again, honorable members. One gov. I'm happy that you have heard about eGov. eGov is meant to ensure that government becomes kind of services in government are digitized. People are able to access services digitally, and for that to happen, there is need for the infrastructure to ensure that services are done or are accessed digitally. And one of the things that we facilitate that is the OneGov platform, which we have built to to ensure that this is the platform that all the services would be put in to facilitate access to services. So basically, the One Gov platform, it's more of it's part of the eGov project, if I may put it that way.
eGov is merged into the current platform.
Well, eGov as a strategy, a project in eGov, but then project that EMECU. But in the meantime, there was a review of that, and we came up with the digital transformation initiative, which gave birth to the digital transformation office, which now is the one responsible for driving e-governance issues.
Right, Honorable Lucy.
Tota kana gorara dumela gore e-governance a faida and me go bolele motswana kana bolele committee gore le spendile bokae mo e-gov before le decide gore nya e topala ke ta dumela gore ona le report ya auditor general ene ba auditor this e-gov e le gore e ya bontsha go is a clear report e bontshang gore di problem di le ha kae ne di dirwa ke ya no ke batla gore ke itse gore ne go diriswa bokae.
Yes, can you respond, Acting Secretary, Communications, please?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can I confirm the figure in the process?
How confirm let's gore yone ya one gov one man one gov one citizen one gov yone le budget se bokae bile se le dirisitse bokae mo go yone, because I want to have a total picture of how much money you have used on this ICT projects.
Hey, here how it's go but your information you Honorable Batsaba uno solo hedise about the information about the exact times. Only on Rehita Kayone. Any was not body go absorb. How is we born? How is we born? Rahuruta, Patamletela or Arabi Buzar Malus. PS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I respond?
You want to answer that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The board did not have had quorum since March 2023. That was when the quorum started collapsing, when some of the members, their term come to an end, and ultimately others resigning, and the situation.
Yeah, that's fine. It's 2 years, 2 years, 2 months.
Yes,
that's fine.
That makes for the question from Honorable Mabeo then. During that period, what major decisions were taken without having to go through a board?
You just hold that one, right? So that we go with Honorable Malus. Now, would you say, e-gov collapse? We know about the information. Are you still looking for it? You have it? Welcome to the conference in less than a minute. Hi, Lore, hi, Honorable, you may continue with your third question.
Correct, sounds good. Now, that's a video like a bulukela nako. I can now go third question. Sounds good. I'm going to more ya e-gov.
Thank you very much.
Nikabata gore ke itse gore as we speak, kana that's why ne ke batla go itse gore ba setse ba dirise bokae gore ga ke botsa gore what services are available now tse leng gore nka letsa makino yo go marapong ka mora ka re tsena mo platformong o apply le setsakana o apply le whatever that you can do. So what is currently available online and what is the address e le gore re ka tsena mo go yone ra setsa tsone di-service tsone tse.
Okay. Acting PS Communications. Ke ha kgamatswa ke gore go na le letsile ka lekoko ya lebega le nonogile mme dipotso tse di motho go hela o ka dipala go arabega lekoko le kana ne rra gone gore ba nne ba le sebetsa ke.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Jakari, again, the accounting officer was delivering the executives indicated that we have some services that are already online. We have about 36 or 34 services that are online, and this includes services for registration.
Remalus, I wasn't how.
Le nna ke a thega go nga mo 34 ampete pedi ela a re registration a heletsa I think ba meteletse ke seputsa ke registration ya ditshakana ya
una bilo go tsale ka address or ha re batla go access yone e-gov re go kai or services related to e-gov.
The one of the services that you can access is or registration of cooperatives.
Registration
of cooperatives. Then the okay. But this I can dit karawadi tlay.
Tra?
Kariano wetla ba bantita tsebe camera go.
Ke skala mita tsebe monele hela se se thokwana.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. The other one here, to register or to check plots more for surveys. So you are able to check surveyed plots online. May just to okay, just to indicate or okay, we have a lot of public saving services that are ready to be deployed, but I think the issue is most of them these are that require the payment manager or integration with gaps, and a lot of them they are still waiting for integration with gaps. Something which we have started doing. We are working with Accountant General to make sure that those that require payment. We deploy them as quickly as we can once the integration has taken place.
No integration has taken place right now.
We are yes. There was delay during the time when GAPS was not properly working and we couldn't integrate with it. Now that it has stabilized, now we have started the process of integrating those services.
So out of those,
okay.
Out of those 34, what are we let the what are 30 public facing? What are bunzi just on the majority of them? Hadisi di available. Ka gore ne ke botsa ka address gore ha ile gore ke bata go tsena mo teng gompieno ana go checka di plot tse available. Is it something that I can do? Ha ke bata gore ke register le corporation. This is something that I can do right now.
Indeed, Honorable. You can just go to www.onegov.gov.bw.
OneGov is number one.
A1L1.
OneGov.gov.bw.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable.
Last supplementary.
nya ona se arabe tse dingwe bona gore ba mona itse dipampiri tsa madi tota nna ke mo mading.
So yeah, to respond to the budget issues, the eGov at the time it in Nalebotata it has spent 37 million.
It has spent 37 million.
No, that's not true. You.
Oh, sorry.
You can't say 37 million. Uzere author say the truth.
Apology, honorable member. I've mixed the figures. The eGov, the figure is 70 million.
How much?
70 million.
That is still not true. Generally, we like about 500 million. But never do a lot of company. They tell worry. Nedisons or dire mati.
Honorable Malus. He's under oath, right? So how the information is available at Marur. He says a perhat. I can know already doesn't do it how you can.
Yes, yes.
You have given us two figures. One was 37, Yanu 70 million. Honorable Malus, why contest? Do you want to give us the proper figures?
Let me request honorable members to go back and check my figures correctly, because I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid. Just relax.
No,
and give us the right, truthful responses.
I'll give you more time to do that.
Yeah.
Because the figures that I have some figures here, but I need to verify them.
Are you going to do that during the course of this interaction, or you want a week or 2 months to?
It's something that we can do today.
Today?
Yeah.
Okay. Or you wanted to say something?
Yes.
Let me work them. I'll provide them later, both of them.
Let's just finish the conversation between Honorable Malusi and the acting PS. It doesn't look like we are making headway. We'll be a little patient here.
There you go. Maybe I can. So, come again, Chair.
Noro, what the whole check up bill?
You
are granted. You are granted.
I appreciate that.
So we are saying after T, then you can just furnish us with those numbers.
Thank you.
Auditor General. Asur Merit say Tena Quelong. Thank you very much, Honorable Malusi. Or you wanted to say something?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Nekere, Sendeke wana sidiragala gompieko got me a bit worried. Gore gongwe re ikana hela kana go. Because if you are to come up with a figure and you don't have full proof, you're actually conveying a proper figure, then perhaps you need to explain to them what taking an oath means and what could follow should information be found not to be truthful. So yes, I think they are likely to be remedial action or consequences to follow. Because in most cases, through observation, there's no information or information is not correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I'm not going to claim to be a lawyer. Attorney General for a implication is says under oath. A king so that Otoaruna, you're ready to Lopio Tatang, lo hitileng a itse gore tota go tewa eng. Attorney General, can you please?
Speaking untruths after taking an oath, there's an offense, perjury.
Repeat the
Perjury. Perjury.
Thank you.
So if found guilty, I'm not very sure punishment that thing, but usually punishments for a criminal offense, it's either a fine or prison term.
Okay. I can
find I'll find it.
I don't know. I think we'll go to.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Alusi. To save this question, Honorable Mtausani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Chair, ke kopa go botsa PS ka Botswana Post. Botswana Post, the employees' welfare. Go lebega gona le mathata go sena structure the pay structure and including any other welfare ya bodiredi ba diposo. How far are you with developing that structure, or is there any structure that you know say leng gore diposo di bereka ka sone?
Communication. Okay, let me respond to that, Honorable Chair. Botswana Post has a board that is mandated to deal with conditions of service for staff, and the board is the one that has to develop or to approve the conditions of service. But again, I know there was a similar question in Parliament, and since that question, we have been engaging with the Botswana Post management to look into that matter, on conditions of service for staff, and they have promised to do that.
The question of structure, is it there? Is there any structure that guides Botswana Post or bodiredi ba bone with this qualification at this level? There are pay arrangements and everything that involves the welfare of your employees. I'm saying this because yo ke mang wa mogela bokae o ka kgona go progressa jang. There is no structure. This is where I'm more worried about ka gore the welfare ya bodiredi ba poso ya la ke ba diposo ke mathata yanong a wena o itse go na le structure.
There is a structure, Honorable Member. Botswana Post has a structure.
If I may ask you, mo structure in certain, the highest paid employee wa poso, and the lowest, but we are yeah.
I'm not able to give the figure of the cuff. It's something that I can check for you.
You earlier mentioned there was a question ko Parliament how far are they with that? How far are they ka kganya teng go boela go lona go batla go re itse gore go iragala eng go diposo?
O ta provide information here like
yeah,
the
lowest and the highest.
Okay,
I will do that. And the structure here.
Okay. Make a kopa gore re bone structure sa bone earliest possible so that re kgone go utlwa gore a mme bana bao ba tlhokomelesegile. Roads maintenance. Bogolo yang tsa di gravel PS. When was the last time you gravelled any of the gravel roads? When was the last time you maintained and gravelled the roads? Typical example, the Tamaga Kubum Moshawing Road or Moshawing Tumulepulole, when was the last time you gravelled those roads?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we normally do, we conduct what is called a condition survey, mainly on all our gravel and our sand roads, because those are the ones that require regular maintenance. And based on the results of the condition survey, that is when we come up with a program. A program could be where the funds are available. We outsource the maintenance from the private sector. There are also where the condition is very, very severe, or in instances where the road requires continuous support. We then have our own internal machinery. We can use our internal personnel. So I don't have a precise record, but we also have some framework contracts that we enter with the private sector to maintain a road over a period of 12 months. So we have such programs with most of the roads, especially those that connect major villages or places that have got a lot of activities. So such an arrangement is in place where we have a framework contract. We appoint a contractor to continuously support on 3 months basis. So in that regard, Mr. Chairman, that is how far I can say.
Okay. PS. Uka botlhoko ha o rialo ka gore ke lile ka be ka lela mo lephateng la gago ka ditsela tsone tsa mohutao sekai ha ke bua ka tsela ya molepolo le kotolaname mo Shaweng ke bua ka tsela ya Thamaga Kubung mo Shaweng regardless ya gore gone ya nonyana the Kubung road yone is under construction of that mila ka ba ira yana ga nke ba gopela batho ha ba tsamante if you go to beyond Kubung wa Moshaweng ke gore go gone gona le almost 2 years go sa khomi. I'm just giving an example. Like we are
example
my worry ke gore ya ga PS a bua gore ba contractor the private sector gore ba maintain ditsela on a quarterly basis according to him. I haven't seen that happening in many places tse le gore re dirisa ditsela tsa gravel ya no a go gongwe go bona gore go iragalang PS ka dikgantse.
Third question, Honorable Thousand.
Third question. E-mobility. Can you take us through were they manufactured here or not? Kanye e tshwarise bothata go di kgaolong go tlhalosetsa batho gore go na le dikoloi tsa motlakase bangwe ba re nya go tswa kwa go irwa eng hela se rona re we didn't put them together. So what is the correct statement mo di kganyetse tsa dikoloi tsone tse le tsone gone jana di kae di dira eng?
Fair question, I guess. PS, you can answer it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. The college e-mobility detail. Let me just start by highlighting that, maybe just to give a bit of background, that when the program started, we were we implement it in 3 phases. Phase 1 being to build capacity building, where we trained some technicians on e-mobility. Then the second one was to start the prototyping stage, where we were going to start with coming up with a prototype. Then actually the second stage, the prototype and the manufacturing of the vehicle. We have started with we wanted to do with there were some challenges with regard to the prototyping, and in the process we realized that we need to partner with some people because for you to be able to do something, you also have to do it better. You have to learn from those who have done it better. We have done it, and we decided to partner with.
E-mobility.
Okay, let me just go direct.
I guess those are. I need you a mono. I guess when you put a color
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me directly say, Renaldi Kolo is about 9 of them that we bought the SUV. For promotional purpose. 3 regular battery, 6 were for the ministry. So this and the 10 then already they were the semi knockdown. The semi knockdown is di sepope di khagantswe very hetari di momaganya ka di parts tsone tseo. Those are the that is the semi knockdown. So bontsi ya tsone tse di teng gompieno 50 SUVs and 30 buses. And
30 buses?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ke tse re ne re di dira ili di semi knockdown. Di tla di kgaogantswe re be re tla re di kopanya.
So re ke ra dira koloi ya motlakase kwana mo tswana. In
terms of the program, so the
minister was lying. Was the minister lying? Who is lying? The minister and UPS. Minister went on to say,
the semi knockdown. Le mo di sena maotwana di sena gongwe bo ditilo di sena dio tse dingwe ke tsone tse re tla di tla be re heta re di tsenya bona maotwana re di tsenya ditilo re kopanya di parts tse ne di kgaogane that is what you call the semi knockdown. Gore ga ona le mo go teng ke the complete knockdown.
Would you say, PS, that as Botswana we are manufacturing koloi ya motlakase in one word?
Yes.
Yes or no? Would you say re dira dikoloi tsa motlakase mo Botswana?
That's a fair question, I guess. Please go ahead and respond.
From the ministry perspective, the semi knockdown constitute the manufacturing.
Okay. Then minister.
Let me my answer.
Then there has to be some reconciliation between your answer and the minister's answer.
kana yone yone le yone ya go hello ya no
Mekriana Mongame. Gongwe go botlhokwa gore re tlhabaganyalane. O supile di SUV tse 9 tse di tlileng di ntse yalo di le ke kopa leina la tsone tseo re nra di dira raetso ga gona koloi e senang leina gope mo lehatsheng le one o re he leina leo la koloi e re dira mo Botswana le tsone di base tsone tseo tse re dirile mo Botswana. Thank you.
o ska le bala di cost akere tsa gore cost ya go deliver all this e bokae.
The vehicles that we have in terms of the manufacture, we have engaged and we are partnering with a Chinese company, Skywell. So the quality I think we are sourcing them the parts and the vehicles from Skywell. So the quality I think Skywell.
Individual Skywell.
Yeah.
Okay. You are talking about 50, 39. You are talking about 89 vehicles in total.
Total, just check. Yeah, just to be correct, say. Because ke batla go bua difigara tse di correct.
Erra. Go batla di le correct.
Ke batla go bua tronko. The total figure the research so far on the program is 130 million and 34,834.
Okay. 130 million.
130 million. Maybe just a quick breakdown. That we have the bus the SUVs at 30. Then the assembler through the semi-down arrangement. Give 59 million 327 706 70 tab. That is for 30 buses and 50 SUVs.
Yeah. Okay. Gompieno di kai tshwanetse di kai di dira eng di store le go kai a mme go di store le go teng a di renta. Can you just maybe get done with that one?
The koloi di teng di santse di le under di ko B3 because ke whatever manage on the program.
Di ko kai?
Di ko rather under B3 our SOE.
All the 89.
Di santse di le ko B3 me ba demo we have rented a warehouse where we were assembling these vehicles.
You have rented a warehouse?
We have rented a warehouse.
Okay. So that's where they are stored? For now?
For now, di gone go.
But that di recipe on pain. They're just stored there?
Gone ana ga di dires ga di seri ka gore irile ha go nna le the change in administration, change of government. Re be re mapele re emela gore re tle re kgone go di rola re tle re kgone go tsa direction ya
6 months later as le di rolling
re setse re di rotse se
what is agere santa gore le renta ka bokae mme ha re sena go di rola what is the direction go di right
re sentse re di beile go setse go tsere tshwetso ya gore di re dire yang ka tsone tse dingwe re tla di gona tse ne re kopile gore re di dirise mmela tota tshwetso e tse reng gore re the program ela yotlhe ya e-mobility ka gore re lemogile gore kana we have been advised gore se le rona re dumarang le sona gore the aspect ya gore e be le ko B3 kana B3 that's a research institute. Here we are talking of manufacturing, so we are more into commercialization. So B3 it's on gore be itbanya le research e se e dira dikoloi. So the whole program has been revised, and there is consideration. There is a decision ya gore re ise ko ministry of trade, where by the gore ke bona batla tsweledisan the e-mobility program.
Would you say this e-mobility program was a success?
It
Was it a success?
Was it a success? In terms of the objectives that we set, it's going well.
Really? It's going well?
Chairman, what are those objectives? Why did you buy this car? What are they for? Also, you said it's 130 million total for 89 cars, which means on average for each car it's about 1.4 million. These are executive cars, eh?
100 and
I got no 130 million.
Yeah.
You said 130 million PS. So it's 89 cars in total, these vehicles.
59 million. So I say the figure that the total 130 was for the cost which include capacity building for the program.
I think there was a lot of waste here.
In fact, the 59 million you mentioned was for those that you semi-assembled. Yeah. You did not give us a figure for the 9. That will give us data to see our assemble which one was cheaper. And like he was saying, and why do you still have them in store? You seem not to pay attention to that one. Or how much are you paying rent? And yet you want to go commercial on this in your own words. How did a review before you hand it over? You need to cover all these areas so that we see whether this thing can commercially bring any rewards or not.
Yep. I'll give you one last chance. We don't say very much. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Honorable Member. The objective comes from the government's commitment to also partake in addressing climate change issues, because it's known that these vehicles they don't produce carbon emissions because there is some gas. So basically, it's part of the consideration, or this they will help us to reduce carbon emissions, and also consideration the economic consideration as a way of diversifying the economy, because there is a potential for value chain creation in the process. BOTSWANA would also partake in.
Per, go ahead and answer the remaining questions. The question on rent.
The rent. Currently, the warehouse, 2 million. 15,094 ka ngwaga.
2 million?
2 million and 15,947 50 tab.
Okay, let's reduce madi a kae.
Let's reduce to establish or selling for renta. That was last year. We have paid rent so far.
Let's reduce 2 million. 15,000.
Yeah.
Okay. And you may be paying again?
Certainly, if we continue lodging there, then we are going to pay.
This project doesn't sound like it was a success. I don't think any right-thinking person would do a kind of no. This project was a success, unless you just want to defend it. Infrastructure, there is a the
construction of the infrastructure in a part of the program, because we are going to create, to have the charging infrastructure, and it's a regulate the charging, the charger, fast chargers. We are going to install them across the country. So it's one of some of the investments. Change of government, there is necessarily more appealing. Necessarily morago of then Harris now very rema pele or the roller di rote go se go tsere tshwetso ka tsone gore re tla re ba re isang go bone ba trade ba tla ba lebella gore me re tsweledisa yang. They will also advise on the way forward. But
I think
the charging, but the infrastructure is there. The chargers, they are there.
We have interest in the matter. We shall keep monitoring this one
very
closely as the committee. We shall keep monitoring. The last one.
The last question. Yami, what are high information? The objective here, this e-mobility thing was not supposed to be government responsibility to build and sell. That was just a way of facilitating the private sector to venture into that. I don't think taking business from the private sector. I thought you were supposed to facilitate the private sector can go into this kind of business. But it's about tolling PS. How far are the toll gates? Your roads are very bad, and it's one that could help bring revenue so that you can be able to maintain these roads. So how far are you with it? Can you give us an exact time, date, year? Yes. Why is it like...
I think the question is clear, Honorable. Let him answer.
We have targeted one project, Mr. Chairman, which is going to be part of the NDP 12, the first phase of it. That is A1. So we have targeted that project. But there is also a conversation, Mr. Chair, which is going on with regard to what is really the objective to toll against the current system that we have to collect the revenue that we get from those that are using our roads. And that conversation is ongoing because the preliminary assessment has shown that what we are currently getting with the current system, where the foreign vehicles, as they go through using our roads, it's something that is very significant. But like I said, we have targeted some few projects, some few roads. But the other thing that we also have to attend before we roll out the tolling, there is also what is called the access roads, which have to be availed to cater for those who would not be in a position to use the tolling system. And generally, all these things are still being looked at, including the economic aspect of individual citizens, because tolling generally is going to affect the general citizenry of the country. So these are the issues that are being currently attended to. And also, as we are exploring PPP model, we have targeted the project that I said, A1, to try and engage the different possible developers to come on board and see whether there is a potential in tolling. Because with regard to comparing the current system with tolling, the population of our fleet, which uses our road, it is also another aspect or another factor that will be looked at.
Accounting officer.
Yes.
Detail here, I think I could. There's not clear commitment on tolling. Yes. There's still a debate around it. But there's still a debate around the issue.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that makes that yes. Could make a good answer.
Yes.
But I don't think I'm detailing anything. Mihala Pochoni is about the detail.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Yes. Arbuela happy go Botswana. Hopefully, Botswana go lebega gore go ntse go sa tsamaye sentle. Are you aware of a plane which was bought in the Pegile for 9 months in Isimolozama last week? Are you aware, Kayona, that aircraft? Are you also aware, PS, that the engineers or the delegation that went to go purchase those 3 aircrafts were stationed in Amsterdam from April until August to go and buy those aircrafts? Are you aware?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of the aircraft 175 that has been going through the necessary aviation clearance, and that exercise has now been completed. And like the honorable member has said, the flight has now commenced to operate.
From last week, you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The other question, honorable member, I don't have that detail. I'll find out.
Okay. Please do find out. Madi Kosamkilo Kaunefa, they were stationed in Amsterdam for about 5 months by Loragadi aircraft. That is very unreasonable to me. Arbuele go on a flight, 175 Embraer, which was parked for 9 months. Why was it parked for 9 months? What happened?
Yeah, well, yes.
One of the major, one of the things that were to be worked on, firstly, as a new aircraft, it has to be registered by Civil Aviation Authority of Botswana. And as part of the process to register, there are specific manuals that have to be availed or which have to be prepared in order to conform with the standards of civil aviation to enable that aircraft to be registered and to be part of the fleet of Air Botswana. So the main work was for that exercise to be undertaken to ensure that all the necessary manuals that are required for an aircraft to be part of the fleet and accepted by a regulator, they are worked on and addressed, and they fulfill all the set standards.
So you consider 9 months to be a reasonable period for parking a plane for those purposes? 9 months?
Well, it is not reasonable, Mr. Chairman, but largely that is what the two organizations were working on, both Civil Aviation Authority and Air Botswana. They were attending to ensuring that the aircraft fulfills all the conditions that have to be met. And one of the reasons could be this is generally an aircraft which is not part of the current fleet. So certainly for a regulator to be successfully attending to all that is required, they also have to upskill themselves with the necessary competencies in order for them to be able to address all that is required.
PS, I hear your answer. Keep your relations with your parastatals. Mr. Chairman, this is what happened. What happens is that before you purchase an aircraft, you have to go through the regulator being CAAB, which Air Botswana did not do. Because of political pressure, that is the reason why we had purchased a flight. That aircraft for 9 months. 9 months.
They made a statement, maybe he wants to respond to that. Or those the regulator. That's what he's saying. What is your response to that?
I was just responding to what was done before the flight could be allowed to start operating, Mr. Chair. Before
it came on board. Is that the practice?
It's something that I can verify, Mr. Chairman. Hey. I don't have those finer details, but what I know for sure is that the aircraft has to go through the registration process with the regulator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bell.
All right, accounting officer, Air Botswana is one of the parastatals under your ministry. Please go and you could not answer them. Leame, you are not able to answer. There's a lot of one of which decision the minister was responsible for the employment the general manager there who comes from outside aviation. So those are some of the things that your body interaction to read level. He make sure they would like the Thank you, sir.
And the statutory bodies committee will also look into that. Air Botswana, apply to ya babereki. Go na le kgang tse di tsama mo go twe babereki ga ba duelwe kgotsa ba duelwa late. Can you shed light on that one?
Oh. All what I can say, Honorable Board Chair, is that yes, the airline has been going through a hard time with regard to cash flow, and in some instances, because the airline is not getting any subvention, what we call subvention, which is a financial support that is given to most of the parastatals by virtue of itself being in a commercial capability. So in some instances, they've been approaching the ministry or government to request for emergency funding, and we have assisted in that regard. Yes, I can confirm that has happened, and where it was possible, government assisted.
I appreciate the inconvenience. I would do a lot late. But you are the rental trading or home. In a big way.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Maybe in future,
yes, sir.
Okay. Honorable Bell, second question.
Make it like the statement, the sub fellow. The registration process, Mr. Chairman, the one aircraft in a pig level. The pedisi, but all register on Namibia because that's how I process here or by to deal. But our Botswana aircrafts, they are on Namibian registration because of that. Please, the new board has got a lot of work to do to clean up Air Botswana. Last week, Botswana is going to flourish by end of this year. Our Air Botswana is going to be at the top. What I'm hearing from you is very contrary to his confidence and his utterances. Please, let's get Air Botswana off the ground.
Confidence by the end
no,
of
maybe to comment on the Namibian collaboration. The Namibian company that was used to handle this aircraft, they have the same 145 aircraft, exactly the same. So these aircrafts were to go through maintenance, and it was much more convenient and cheaper to use a company that is nearer rather than perhaps sending them abroad for them to be maintained. That was also part of the scope of the collaboration because they had to go through the painting and the general maintenance that was required.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, registration. Kana flight or frame china or tsena mo lo api. Sendo register iwe. Ja ka kole register wa ko transport. Ya CAAB ke ne register and plane mo Botswana. And they didn't register these planes mo Botswana ka gore so santa ga bana kitso ya di plane tsone tse CAAB again. Sabobedi e Botswana ga ina di pilot tse leng they are trained to fly those planes. Ya no e Botswana ne tsere tshetse ya gore ba bate the pilot tse di ka fly am plane tsone itse ebe ba tsa 6 months ba train the pilot tsa bona at a cost of 10 million pula for that period of 6 months. But with this management plan aid drilling, they are paying 19 million per month.
Yeah. I can say okadi akela ki erdutule me ernal interest mo di khanyintse, but we also believe our sister committee, statutory bodies will pursue these matters. Go le ba go di khantse di ntsi go kwa. Go le ba di ntsi mmaretso mo go tsone ka kgalo ya bohelo. And then your second question, sir.
No, my last comment, Mr. Chair, as you indicated, the new body has been constituted, and one of the assignments that they are working on is to turn around the organization to make it viable and profitable and commercially viable. That is what they are working on, together with the ministry and government.
That is right, President. That by the end of the year, all will be fine. All will be good.
Yes, there is that confidence.
How when I do it, marketing. So a committee by the end of the year, all will be good.
Yes, the board has started the assignment already.
Okay.
They've started the work.
Mabel, second question, please.
Okay, sir. Argueka, but didn't can I tell fellas up? Okay.
Yes.
But didn't
Please, three.
Aribueka Kanye. Maintenance or government facility. That's your mandate, is it not?
But we discussed it last time, sir. Our focus today is on roads infrastructure.
Okay, let's talk about the roads. Don't worry. Like I said, there are plenty of questions. Didn't it have that piece? Arguega ditsela ke batla go bua ka chairman o tla nkomanya fela mme ke batla go bua ka ya Hamalti e tsana ngara motswai tsela ile ne go sate go awadilo or you're close to awarding gore tsela ile ba ka ngwele ya rona e tsana ka motsele ibile bo bua gape ka that flyover e kile anga thoga ya thuya ga fale le spendile bokae go e baakanya le gone was anybody held to account for that?
To start with the one that runs through Ramotswa, and presume you mean the one that goes to even the border. Yes, there was a tender that was undertaken and a provisional award has been made. It's only that the issues of funding that we are still attending to, but the contractor is in place. And once we finalize the issue of funding, that's when the contract can now be signed to allow the contractor to commence the work.
I don't understand. How did you advertise a tender usana security funds? Why are you talking about funds when you have provisionally awarded? I don't understand. I've worked for the government before. I know that that is not how you work. You cannot advertise a tender usana the funds. How did you do that?
That is very, very true. You may recall that our development budget from last year, it was affected because of the economic situation that was taking place. And this effect, affected our budget that we had already put in place, and we had already started motion to source out different contractors for different projects that were part of our program for the year. And this project was one of those. So what I can assure you is that, yes, the project the preliminary work has already been done. So it's just to work on the issue of funding. And once we clear that issue, then the contract will be signed.
How long do you think it will take for you to clear those issues?
I don't have an exact time, but it's something that we hope it will be done within the current financial year.
The current financial year?
Yes.
Okay. I thank you. And just project and if you held anybody accountable?
The defects was discovered after the end of defect liability period, and we then had to assess the situation, and a contractor was and the contractor was identified to fix the problem.
A different contractor?
Yes, a different contractor.
Okay.
And around 9 million was spent to fix that problem, which by now is complete. So that is how it happened.
Honorable Mabeo?
Maybe to correct one thing, Honorable Mabeo. When it comes to road maintenance, we have what is called the Road Levy Fund, and that is the one that we use to fund all the road maintenance, including asphalt overlay and some of the gravel roads. So the road that you have referred to is funded under the Road Levy Fund. The problem that we have with that is that, currently the fund is overcommitted. So we are still assessing the situation. And once the situation improves, that is when we can spare some of the funds to direct them to this road. It is not budgeted from consolidated fund. So these are the two different issues that I need to clarify. Thank you. But nonetheless, it will still be attended to.
Okay, Honorable question.
Was anybody held accountable for and government has lost money, or nobody was held accountable?
Currently, we have not yet instituted any. There was a conversation to carry out an assessment to that damage, which unfortunately was also a pressure to fix the problem. But the main issue that the main contractor was not held accountable was mainly because the defect liability had already elapsed. And that is why, looking at the damage and the risk of it to the general public, we then had to fix the problem. As I indicated, the damage was beyond the defects liability. Usually, if it could have been happened within the defect liability, the contractor would have taken care of that defects.
What about the people who were overseeing the construction of this road? What about the director of roads? What about yourself? Shouldn't you be held accountable for that? Because surely somebody did not do their job. An engineer, a director, or yourself, PS. Shouldn't one of you be fired or held accountable?
Like I indicated, there was no assessment that was carried out. So the focus...
It shall be carried out.
So what are you saying? You didn't do your job?
No, I'm not saying that.
What are you saying?
The main focus was to fix the problem, which was a danger to the motorist and the general public.
So an assessment is...
And also because of the fact that the damage was beyond the defects liability. Contractually, usually when such damage or defects is discovered, you then look
Who signed off this project that this project is perfect and it can be given to the public? Who signed it off? Was it you, PS?
I will find out, Mr. Chairman. That was before I assumed my responsibility.
You must find out and take action against that person. Because you have to find we have to have some level of accountability so that overseeing these projects, they do their job thoroughly. Government cannot keep on losing money in this manner under your watch.
Assessment
No, I was not saying that, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The issue is that the problem has now been fixed.
Yes, I get what
Yes.
parliamentary.
Yeah.
Yanwarinka yone hauna tatalione. Ora ka salo morago to go itsisente ke mayo na robetse motiro.
We can attend to that, Mr. Chair.
So
And establish whether it is possible at this time to carry out such an assessment.
When go toka lo re ka diro. In view of what he's saying.
At some point, yes, Mr. Chair, we had wanted to carry out the assessment parallel to the fixing of the problem. And unfortunately, the focus was then on fixing the problem.
Focus ya go fix a problem. Assessment yone diri. Ore ke mayo ka tswana robetse mo tirong.
Yes.
No,
we'll explore it, Mr. Chair, and find out.
Exploit
The issue is whether currently the damage has been fixed. Yes.
Mo parliament o taka engele engwe
Yes.
ya gore mongwe yo sign off sela ile na robetse mo tiro ke yone ya e batang yone mo parliament ha se nna mme yone o ka ga o batla go itebaganya le yone. Can you commit to making an assessment?
Let me say yes, we will.
Thank you very much. The last one.
I want to hear you again. Pierce, are you saying you are going to follow up and find out who signed it off? Arisiami, ebeta or jala government madiakalo 9 million. Madianga by releasing Sesbo to Kanyana go Ramalitico. Akaba releasing Sesbo to Kanyana go Ramalitico.
Yes. He has committed.
Again.
Can you go to
so you commit? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The next one, CAAB. Inale baberki baba complaining baba sokorisuang kadi noche back to awaize khanye baya go bo labor ilikile gore e soka mezga go bone government o ntsa o gana go ba utla o CAAB gana go ba utla awaize ka baberki ba CAAB baba tswengwang ka di issue tsa di noche all small things. Me we were the court the government o senya madi a mantsi go se kwa le bone awaize khanyo.
I'm aware of the fact that when Department of Civil Aviation then transformed into Civil Aviation Authority, there was a need for realignment and absorb some of the employees. And some of the employees which were absorbed, they still have some issues, which both CAAB and ourselves, because to address some of the issues, we have to address them through realignment or reorganization. But in order to do that, there is another project that we are pursuing with CAAB, which is likely to affect any immediate realignment. where the mandate of the organization at the moment is being looked at to try and separate it. Because if you recall, honorable members, currently CAAB, according to the global standard, is operating as 3 organizations. So you have the authority, you have the infrastructure, and then you have the airspace. So the idea is to separate these 2 from the authority. And certainly this is going to create yet another entity if government agrees. And these are the issues that certainly affect any possible immediate short-term realignment. So this is the situation, because for this separation to happen, the law has to be amended. And that is the program that we are currently working on.
Okay, the separation is fine, it can continue. Okay, how other issues are going to be left hanging now. Are you not able to speed up the process? This is a new government. This government speaks of human rights, and workers' rights are indeed fundamental human rights. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, go and look out for this Babarikiba and sort it out. Because other than that, I'm going to come to your office. I'm going to come back again. Because go and sort it out before you look at the bigger picture, layer separation. I support that too.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabel. It's our PSV committee. Honorable Diwa from Muteti.
More executive, you indicated the companies are Botswana. You also indicated that outsource fuel more Botswana. Botswana ba oraboma.
Thank you. This is going to be citizen contractors, citizen companies. What is going to happen, Mr. Chair, once the program has been finalized, as I indicated, which we are working with Botswana Oil. The program is going to be coordinated by Botswana Oil. They are going to currently, government or ministry has got about 32 fuel points. So these are the fuel points that are going to be advertised to citizens for them to come and lease them over a specific period. And then they will be operating this to fuel government fleet.
Because go supala hore tsone di fuel tse ka bontsi di ownwa ke batho ba batswa konte.
That is going to be part of the strategy, because what is going to happen within a given fuel point, there are going to be at least 3 citizen companies that will be benefiting from the program. There's going to be the company that will be running the fuel, which will be 100% citizen-owned company. There's going to be a citizen company that will be supplying the fuel, getting it from the wholesale, being Botswana Oil. There's going to be another company that will be doing the maintenance of these pumps. So the program is going to be monitored and managed very stringently to ensure that there is nothing like that.
In my view, the Economic Inclusion Act.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
Advantage over Botswana.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are going to be guided by the Economic Inclusion Act.
Okay. Honorable,
Sorry, Chair. Economic Inclusion Act, Haiba Gaida, Haina Lohoko Indigenous, Mohone, Haina Lohoko, Mozonas Gay, Lohoko Lil Teng Halaki citizen and citizen.
Targeted citizen.
Targeted citizens. And Mungwe can argue to be a targeted citizen, Mohone, Mohora Hore, Baumang, Diganadia Hella Dile Mohbon.
We are aware of that. Botswana Oil has an experience. They are already running the program with Botswana. You know, they know exactly the steps that they will take to ensure that targeted citizens benefit from the program.
Wait, Honorable Diwa, your second question?
Is a follow-up, what informs you that Botswana are ready to for leasing of vehicles and even outsourcing of fuel? Do they have companies that are ready to benefit from this initiative?
Ali dirle groundwork who prepare Botswana or but take this opportunity.
That exercise is still ongoing, but the economy has to be stimulated in one or the other. Because the leasing program, the way it is going to be couched, is going to be very, very simple. Even individuals like you and I, you will be able to use your vehicle. If, for instance, you are a government officer or you want to use your vehicle, that program would accommodate all facets of engagements. So there is still that engagement that is going to happen, and we are confident that Botswana are ready because this is not a very highly complex business to do.
Okay. Honorable, your second question.
Is the last follow-up.
Making work.
These initiatives, I don't know, have you assessed the impact? Are they going to be retained by Berekiva or are they going to be laid off? You don't see any problem?
Those are the pertinent issues. That is why in the fuel outsourcing program, that engagement has started with the appropriate stakeholders, the unions, DPSM, and Botswana Oil themselves. As an example, it's a serious subject matter that we are handling and we are managing to see whether some of our employees, for instance, would it be possible for them to be absorbed by Botswana Oil, or government would have other opportunities within the ministry. But it's an issue that is receiving attention. No one will be disadvantaged.
Accounting officer. We have a challenge here in Botswana. Here the project overruns. And the impact a lot more economy has. The reasons for that are many. I want to ask you a question, Hore. Let me take an example of the Makalama-Bedi-Mutopi Road. When did you last visit it? When did you last make a visit for monitoring purposes to see how far they are going, how they are progressing?
We have a district coordinator office covering Makalama-Bedi-Mutopi Road, who are regularly on site. On top of that, when a project of that nature is conceived, government would always have a full-time engineer as part of that project to ensure that as and when on daily basis, as the material and everything is being handled, he oversees that to ensure that the standards are being adhered to. This week, our director maintenance He's accompanying the Assistant Minister to visit most of the projects. And Magalamabedi is part of those that they are going to visit. So we have a program for site visits, but myself personally, I have not yet recently visited the project. But like I said, we have district coordinating offices across all the districts, and their job is mainly to oversee those ongoing projects.
I don't have a problem with you not visiting the sites. If you have a team doing that, then that's fine. But are you sure they are going to meet deadline here August from the look of things?
Well, I'm aware that the contractor experienced the challenges with regard to sourcing of material, which delayed the commencement of the project, and certainly this is going to affect their completion date. But what the contractor is currently doing, he has deployed more machinery and resources to try and catch up so that the project can be completed.
I'm not sure whether what you are saying is just reports that you get from outside. I have been there myself personally. I'm seeing vehicles moving around without doing a thing. And I will urge you to put more effort in trying to monitor to see whether August is tomorrow. Yes. And there is nothing that has been done so far. The status Satsela is the same as its status January. There are no changes. So I we expect that August. And what would trying to avoid the cost overrun? And who is going to account for the cost overrun in case it goes even up to December?
Sorry, you have made your point, sir.
We have written to the contractor to notify him of the delay as part of the process of the contract. And that is why he committed to us that he's going to put more resources. So I can assure the member that he will do the necessary follow-up and give him an update.
The last question, Honorable Iwa.
More reporting, we indicated a relocation about to the sunny. And it appears compensation, they have not yet been compensated. How many so far have not been compensated? And when should they expect to be compensated?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have 147 people who are awaiting compensation. We have done all the preliminary assessment, carry out the necessary audits, engage all the stakeholders, and we confirmed 147. Because out of this 147, there were 91 residents who were previously considered as overpaid. And this also attributed to some degree of delay because this has to be verified. So the exercise had to be done to find out whether indeed this 91 people were overpaid, but the result came out to say that they were not. So where we are at the moment, we are now working on sourcing the funds because we have cleared all the steps that need to be attended to. So we are engaging to get the funds now because this is a compensation that was linked to a project that was conducted some few years back. So that is where we are, and we are attending to that, and it is receiving a positive response.
Accounting officer, but you are talking of sourcing funds. What tells you that you are going to get funds for that project?
Let me understand
How can
something.
you assure them that by a given period which you said you would have paid them?
Lehore, have you budgeted for it? So
Also, through you, Chair, I want to understand. These people are being compensated for what? But compensate you for that.
They were, when the airport was expanded, they had to relocate from their original compounds and homes. So they are being compensated for that because according to the aviation standards, the proximity to the airport facility has to meet a certain standard. So most of them were affected by the expansion and they had to be relocated.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
So I cannot state with certainty, Mr. Chair, when I should be able to get the funds, but we are engaging the Accountant General to assist us to work out how to get some funds. Because when we have an urgent matter like this one, we usually look at our priority program and remove some of the funds to attend to an urgent need like this one.
So as you speak, it's not budgeted for?
Yes, it doesn't have funds. Okay. Because this was a development project by then, which has now been closed. And therefore, for you to cater for any activity that is associated to it, you have to look for funds elsewhere.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair, can I make the ministry all along has been giving definite specific dates. Baya maung ba go kopana le batho ba disana ba bara ba re re lutule ka dikana re tabe re le duetse. Yano it's surprising for the same ministry is saying hana madi. Eno potso e nna gore gone mme ko disaneng hantse la go ra batho le re ka April ka May ka June tabe re le duetse ke le dira yalo wa ile ra le go ra batho.
No, some of the beneficiaries, like those who have to be paid through the high courts, we have long dispensed funds to the courts for them to process the payments. Yes, that one we have sent.
But in the meantime, Piers, this
the 147
relocate them.
Che, kana o bua ka master ra mutwa, but the 147 year e nang kana ke yone go kopana le yone kgapetsa kgapetsa.
Sorry. Hate banna ba solo hediwa ibile go buiwa di date o rate re to le duela ka dikana me a go diragale.
No, we are attending to the issue of funds, Mr. Chairman. I can confirm to you because we are engaging the relevant authorities to help us to get the funds and address to this even before the financial year can progress. It's
so
an activity. Yes.
Before the end of the year.
Yes.
That is the commitment you are making.
That is true, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Diwa, okay, Honorable Kikhonerile, maybe you may also want to take it up because I know it's very close to your heart.
Thank you. Raiuta ya disana ta tswalantse re bua le bone batho ba maru hala ba busiame ba boloka batho ba le ba tshela botshelo ka re motho a tswere kgomo ya mahisa matshelo a bona ha tswelele ba emetse gore kana re solohetse se ke ke dire se ka botshelo jwa me go ba bolella boammaruri hala ke so se setone rather than go nna ba sa bolelwe boammaruri mme go ya teng ditona ka go harologana ke a so se se siame le se bankanye kgang ya ditsela both maintenance of the roads and ongoing projects ha go ta ko ongoing projects o kwadile gore le kwadi ministry o kwadile gore di hela leng but ha wa kwala progress gore gone mme ha le gore di hela ngwaga o ta o hela kana ka 2020 mang yalo kana ngwaga o hela gompieno ha re bua yana di tsamaya mo staging se le tsa maintenance le tsone gore di tsamaya mo staging se go botlhokwa thata gore percentage of progress ya be re kgona go e measure against the funds given go bona gore a mme madi a dirisiwa sentle a mme ha re lebile progress re lebile madi a go a tsamaelana go botlhokwa gore go nne jalo. And then gore mme ko maintenance of roads la go dirisa district private sector engagement gore ba na le bo dikatakata le mo districting ya lena bone ba maintainang ditsela tseo le bua ka gravel thata potso gone ha e ka nna gore le ba identifier ja go na le lenaneo le la local empowerment la led le mo di district mme di district tse dingwe di na le bothata jwa gore batho ba gwebi ba dule ko ntseng ba rana dikgwebo teng ko ba tholegang teng ba ile yanong go take over ko di districting tse dingwe ene ke bone ba ileng gore jaanong ba hiwa ditiro tse against ba ileng gore ba nna mo district eo ba tholega mo districting eo ka gore objective ya led ke gore a madi a develope mo district but ha ile gore madi a go tswela konte ga district continuously go ga teng ha go wele sentle le dirayang go leka go balansa dilo tse. And then ya ongoing projects ya nata mau go siame gore gongwe le bankanye ka ha le ibitsang ka teng le ibitsang nata mau gongwe le ibitsang nata gweta ka gore ke 100 kilometers between nata and gweta ha gona ha bo phuduhudu to maung ba tsenang teng gore le bankanye sekontrisele sa phuduhudu ha ntse se e le ngwene yana batho ga ba nna le tsholohelo me ba seo mo project ha wa bua ka status sa developer model projects
a ke tsoro batho di botsa di ka e right
ya ke tsa tsela hela be di hedi ke engwe hela ya ditsela hela gore developer model projects tsone ha wa duma ka gore di tsamaha kae ka gore no ntse gote di suspendilwe go leka go bona gore di tsamaile jang re dumela gore report e duile status ke eng a di a boela kana jang.
PS
Thank you.
di nile di ntsinyana mme di lebagane le kganya ditsela.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the information regarding status of projects, I take it that as we are going to be going through Statement 6, some of this information is captured there. So we have about more than close to 20 projects that are currently ongoing, and their completion dates are at different years. So perhaps if we get to the specificity, we'll then, as we go through Statement 6, appreciate the status of individual projects. With regard to empowerment or engagement of contractors within districts, I want to believe that the spirit of the Public Procurement Act, the Economic Inclusion Act, and also the very old scheme, which we used to call Local Procurement Scheme, which was specifically to define a locality as a district, it's still applicable. So what perhaps is important is to find out to what extent do our officers adhere to these programs, because these programs are very clear, especially the local procurement scheme. It was actually defining a locality within the district jurisdiction to ensure that before you could go anywhere, you start with the service providers within your district. And if they are not available, you look to the nearest district. That program is still there, but if it is followed, Honorable Member, it's something that we can engage our district coordinators to ensure that they enforce it.
Ate ba bang wa tswa go di districts tse dingwe ba ya go tse dingwe bo tsela ba le ditiro.
What I used to observe is when now they come and register companies within that local authority and they start operating within that local authority. But in incidents where they have not registered within that, it's something that I promise to make a follow-up.
Second question, sir.
Me yone motho a le one o kgona go register in 3 or 4 districts. Le dira yang gone go to make sure gore motho a le one o register mo district e one?
It's an issue that we can discuss with trade and entrepreneur, because when it comes to registering of companies, it's within a different authority, but it's still within the tender.
Yeah, there are for projects in your ministry.
Yes, for projects during the tendering, there is what is called the current workload, which is normally made part of the tendering process to gauge the current workload of a contractor. And if that contractor has some projects ongoing and others have nothing, that could also be used as a criteria to do the evaluation.
Let's go to the second question.
Second question, the ongoing projects. Sepopa Mohembo, Sepopa Gumare Nokane. One, ke indile behind schedule. Two, le varile specifications hakai mo ditselentse mo go e le gona ha le varia specifications ke imbotoka go no go sa iwe for retendering hela rather than motho a hilo project ka 10 million a be go variwa ka 50 million on the same person rather than o ngwane go retenderilwe nka be go nnile botoka thata le gona gore ke le letella gore ba ba winne ba subcontract di tsone di netanetse di tselatse le action taken mo non-performing contractors besides termination hela ke le sa ba blacklist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Starting with both Gumare Sepopa and Sepopa Mohembo roads. These roads, the tenders were floated out as open from the beginning. That was way back around 2021, 2020. They were floated as open tenders. And the two companies were identified through that process. However, during the evaluation of the two tenders, there was a dispute which happened or which occurred. And this dispute took a longer time to be resolved. And during that period, the sections of both Gumare Sepopa and Sepopa Mohembo got deteriorated very, very significantly, which was not the case as the time when the initial tender was instigated. There was a conversation by then around those who were managing those tenders to say that the roads have now been grossly deteriorated. It is not going to be wise to go ahead with this tender. But however, the tenders were evaluated and awarded for the initial segments. Because the road itself, the other segment of the road had severely deteriorated. After the award, there was then a conversation to say, what are we doing to the severely deteriorated sections? Because in the first place, they are not even covered under the initial scope. The initial scope, it was just asphalt overlay. But now, you know, the size of the road and everything has gone out of hand. So that is when those companies now, which were appointed through that competitive process, they were now reappointed through a direct procurement process, because that is how the procurement law permits, that if you are delivering a solution and there is a gross change of scope, you can either do it through variation, but the variation has got a threshold, which is within 25%. So since that variation was measured, then those companies were engaged through the direct appointment, and that is why we have the two companies now having to handle these two portions of the road. The other issue now which happened was the sourcing of material, which was then another issue which attributed to the delay. And also during the rescoping of the damaged portion, some of the critical items were left out from the bill of quantities. So those are some of the reasons why those companies were given what is regarded as a variation. But in actual sense, the first phase was done through a competitive process, but there was this gross damage that had to be fixed. The only way to fix it was to engage the same contractors that were on site.
Follow-up on this one? Subcontraction, blacklisting,
well, currently, most of the reasons, like the gross change of the scope, generally it was not the fault of the contractor. The issue of sourcing of material, it is not the fault of the contractor. But usually the blacklisting, you assess the performance, because currently one contractor is at 75% on the other portion, and the other one, and he's at 61% on the other one. So that is an assessment that can be made, but we have not yet instituted that assessment to compile a report for a suspension and delisting.
Delisting, we are talking about contractors in general. La se ka bophara hore ba palelwa ba tsa mobilization e be ba tsamaya e be la go simola gape la go dira dikontraka kana la go hira ba bangwe la go dira ditendera gape at a higher cost be go na le di-cost overrun mme go tswa go kontraka te be le go la go hira go gongwe gape e dira the same thing la go hira go gongwe gape e dira the same thing ke le sa blacklist. It is in that context. But issue ya subcontract sepopa mohembo e subcontract ilo tuma chain go supa hore yo e hilweng from the onset gongwe e ne le overlay, but because e deterioratile ha sa thola khona a go mo go no go sa justify hore that tender could have been retendered rather than a hilwe. How do you justify as a ministry seemo se ile gore motho hiwa tsela gate tsela sekontiri ha godimo ha sekontiri se sengwe, and then sekontiri se go ta se tsela godimo ha sekontiri se sengwe, sekontiri sa teng sa se tshelwa se be se gopiwa ke tsela se tswa tsela yote, and then the same tender, the same contractor yo no mo hile gore a tshele sekontiri yana wa ra dire tsela sešwa. Are you saying the variation was within 25%?
Thank you. Maybe starting with the variation. That is why I said the 25% was not applicable in this case. That is why the same contractor was engaged through a direct procurement dispensation, because 25% can only allow for a certain value. So if in this case the road was severely deteriorated to an extent that during the assessment of the road, it was clear that it's going to be more than 25% variation. That is why the direct procurement option was utilized.
Couldn't retendering have costed lesser than these three variations?
Yes, I agree with you. Retendering could have been a more viable approach to this project. Looking at, when the first tender was floated, the situation was not as when the second phase was undertaken. Indeed, ideally, the retendering should have been more proper.
Then why didn't the ministry retend?
Well, I cannot indicate what was the reasons by then, but it was determined by then that, this was a competitive process, let's approach it this way. Yes, blacklisting, we have the public procurement law making emphasis that after the completion of a program or a project, or even midway, if the contractor is not performing, ministries should compile what is called end of activity report. And it is through that instrument that we then motivate to Public Procurement Regulatory Authority and make a recommendation for a delisting or a suspension. So that is an action that we have started to intensify. We have started to make sure that our officers, that is why we have deployed district coordinators across to make sure that they are regularly on site to collect all the necessary information and submit these reports to start the process of submitting to Public Procurement and Regulatory Authority. Because the delisting is not done by the ministry can only recommend.
Thank you, Piers. Thank you, Chair.
The last question?
Yeah, the last question. I think maybe on this one, Chair, outside this fora, we need to call the former PS and the former minister to come and answer for this.
And which one?
Sepopa Muhembo, Sepopa Gumare.
Because he admits that the retender would have been a viable option.
Thank you.
Agirwarial. A retender would have been a viable option, you said.
That's what I'm saying.
So you are saying maybe we have to find a dispensation of bringing former peers and the minister here. We'll explore that.
Thank you. The last issue is staff welfare. More ministry. You have a lot of cases, it's a delayed progression, whereby more multiple grading, a person on Ashwanaka movile from C4 to C3 or C3 to C1 or C2 to C1. Me, I was alobaka or a move by taking ba tsona ke go duelwa ga ba duelwe ba bangwe ga ba ise ba move within your ministry ka delayed progression maikalelo ke eng. And then there's an issue at NCC. NCC, it's equivalent to a diploma. Yes, to a diploma. It's supposed to have a starting point, entry level, C4. That's still Mohobo B. You have not moved them. The ministry has not moved them to the relevant scale. See, maybe they are not moving. And NCC, it has nothing to do with posts. It's a qualification. Ministry. And then your structure at district levels, as per the decentralization policy, you are going to have an organizational structure for the district more within your ministry, and then banale headship. It seems Halise le direjalo in the 31 districts. Thing. How far are you? Lohone headship ya yone ya gonna kae. Ka go lebe how kare your structure le target gore headship in go D1, but headship in other ministries at districts it's at E2. And then the vacancy rates, didn't see that. Didn't see that. You have machinery, but you can't do in-house jobs because of the vacancy rates. Especially it's the relevant personnel to your mandate. Didn't see that. That stalled promotions. But within your minister, they're not moving. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. Maybe to start with a movement of staff, we are trying very hard, Minister. I mean, Honorable Chair, to to accommodate and assist our staff members. I would say that most of our recruitment, we confine ourselves within the ministry. Even if we have vacancies where we are of the view that the caliber of personnel that we have, and we have even initiated a program where we have subjected all the officers at different levels to an assessment, such that we can have a database or a pool of those officers who are ready to be absorbed across the ministry at different positions. So we have done that, and we are implementing it from the database that we have created through the assessment, where we had outsourced that assessment. We have a list of, we have officers. Whenever there is a vacancy, we just go to that database and do the necessary recommendation. But of course, we are a large ministry with around more than 5,000 staff complement. There would always be the issues, but we are attending to that. On the district, yes, the headship currently is at D1. We are still engaging because government by large is rolling out this decentralization. There's an assessment and rationalization that is going to be done to make sure that, looking at a span of work and the responsibilities that individual ministries are doing at different districts, perhaps government is going to balance that, looking at the workload at different ministries. But as for now, we have settled for a D1. It could be a transition, but this is what we were allowed to settle with at D1. But we know that other ministries, they are pegged at E2, but there is that conversation that is still going with government to say perhaps we need to create a balance across all ministries which have offices at district level.
Thank you very much. We will move on.
Touch more organizational structure. I miss a thing. Are you working on it?
No, our organizational structure is done. It's awaiting the final endorsement by the upper panel. It has been provisionally approved because it went through it's just awaiting the upper panel chair to append the signatures.
Including the decentralized structure?
Yes.
That you referred to?
Yes, we have established all the 31 offices, and we have appointed there are only 4 areas where the people that we had appointed could not assume their responsibilities. 2 of them resigned, and there were some other issues with the remaining 2. But by and large, we have deployed all the district coordinators.
It's a proposed structure.
Yes.
I think what's not coming out clear, that proposed organizational structure, tata sa decentralization, let's submit the headship, D1, can E2.
Yes.
If it's D1, why?
It's D1. That's what I tried to explain, that it's a conversation that is still ongoing. Because government decentralization program is still ongoing. And government wants to look at this issue holistically.
So you agree that maybe the headship there should be at E2?
Yes,
the districts.
I agree that. That's why I'm saying that conversation is still ongoing. To upgrade it.
When we are to upgrade to E scale.
Yes, I do agree.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Honorable Paul.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the 2 PSs. Chair, can I Setswana sa tshwara ke ntšapedi se batla go review nako tse dingwe. Yes, earlier on a question was asked to gore kante because PS ona supile gore 59 million was spent on the semi-knockdown vehicles, 80. He did not go on to state gore it's 9 it's one the procurile kabukai. And I went further to state gore bomosola ba teng bo ka thusa gore any decision ya go tswelela ka project information e guide. So ke tsa kere o tla tla a ha going forward. My other interest in this, obviously, go assemble would mean workforce. There were people there. Question is, are these people public servants or no assemble a private entity? And if they are public servants, idea what were their terms of engagement? Are they still working at the same warehouse as we speak now, despite not having any cars to assemble anymore?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, I will provide the cost of the nine vehicles that I talked about. With regard to the personnel that was engaged in assembling the cars, like I indicated, our organization, our state-owned enterprise, B3, is partnering with these two Chinese companies, and the personnel that was engaged in the assembly, these are B3 employees who have been trained and engaged for the project. So they are B3 employees. Oh.
So were these employed specifically for the project, or and if so, what are they currently doing with it?
These we have some who were already employed in B3 and they were deployed to the project. We have those who were specifically recruited by B3 for the project, but they are currently still employed because the project is still it's ongoing. We are waiting.
Which project is ongoing? Which project is ongoing?
The e-mobility.
No. When I was in the current administration, Trade, Minister of Trade.
Yes.
B3 released your Mokoyone because it's a research institution. That's what you said.
Yes, there are still processes there is currently a technical team that is working on the movement of the project from B3 to Ministry of Trade. But as it is, because the assembly has just been completed, the staff is still there, and there will be consideration, or one of the decision was that the Ministry of Trade will carry out an assessment on the project and advise on how on what will happen to the investment that is already there, including the cars that I talked about. So that is the consideration that is still yet to be made. We still have to be advised. But the staff, as we speak, is still there, awaiting the assessment and awaiting consideration on how they should be deployed.
Yes, are you saying specifically to assemble these cars, a process that is not ongoing currently, santse ba le teng and ba duela. And perhaps maybe just help gore kante re bua ka batho ba entry level heng. I mean, are they artisans? Are they engineers? Are they technicians? Guide us on that. And also, how many people personnel are we talking of?
Okay. Yes, please.
As we speak, because some of there's still some work going on at the assembly.
What work? You have 89 vehicles fully assembled. What extra work is there to be doing?
The work of assembling the 50, some of the 50 and the 30 is still not yet complete.
Yes, you said you have these cars assembled and ready. That you said in your own words. And
Yes, ngore bolelen go ha ntso antse re emetse tlhaloso ele ya perjury re raing me o ka go tsama change the story. I'm uncomfortable with that. Can you tell us the real story? What is going on there? A ka ye hantse tshwere gore te issue ko Ministry of Trade or in the toilet ya ka o bua? Just come clean on this, please. The assembly plant is still alive and working. They are still, assembling the semi-knockdown parts.
Can I just ask for a few minutes just to get the facts?
To help you, you stated, or you even went on to state the amount of money spent. Understanding is, our expenditure has been done.
Yes.
Assemble these cars. Then you go on to say, no. In fact, we are not done with assembly. It is still ongoing. What is what? Because there cannot be two divergent answers to a simple question. But Toba, assembly has been done by Iran currently. And we are talking of how many people? At what level? Entry point that is.
Maybe just to beg for
Let me rephrase. No. You don't need help on this one.
I do understand the question.
At Adikolo, it's 89 minus 9, the 8. Do we have fully assembled vehicles as we speak, which you have now been advised, or B3 DECO Minister of Trade?
We did procure all the parts for the 18, for the 50 and for the 30 buses, and they have been assembled. But I'm advised that there is some work which I need to confirm.
What is that work?
The work that is still going on.
That's one member is asking what work. I beg
for your indulgence, honorable member, and ask that I correct. I get the facts correct because I'm relying mainly on the briefings that.
Yes, you are here working. What is currently happening? Currently, ko warehousing we do 170,000 pula per month.
It's assembly plant which we have just completed, which It's part of the investment. We had procured it, and it has been.
No. You're answering a totally different question. Yep. In fact, we are going to go to that one. Yeah. Very interesting discovery we've made. Earlier on, there's a warehouse. These are kept in a warehouse. Today, as we speak, what is happening? What is going on? What activity is taking place? We're now PAC.
That is why, honorable members, I was asking for your indulgence, because I've just gotten a brief that there is some work. It is not clear what kind of work is going on. So I need to verify the fact, because as acting, I'm just.
Information in a project. Information in a project.
I do agree with that. I don't have a complete brief of the project, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Quite clearly.
Yeah.
Yes. Of the 80 vehicles, one would assume the other 9, dealer running. One would assume they are running. From the 80 now, how many vehicles are running? You can't tell me you have no interest in knowing from the 30 buses, how many buses are running?
Honorable, the information that I have is that the buses have been assembled. The cars have been assembled. I just want to and there's still.
It is quite evident that the acting PS does not have information on the matter. No amount of probing will help, unless we say, when we come back from the break, if you have something to share, please share.
But Chair, this is an issue of national interest.
Yes, of course.
Which I believe PSA earlier on said, it is only now that we want to know that he seemed not to be sure of his statement. And this is disturbing to a committee. You cannot tell us the base, it's a fate. Or rather, let me rephrase. Of the 30 buses that you earlier on said are assembled, how many are fully assembled and how many are not? Just buses.
I kind of hesitate, honorable members, because like I said, I'm relying on the brief, and I just need to confirm my facts, because from the brief, all the 30 buses are complete.
Does complete mean running?
Yes, complete means they have been assembled and they are ready. They are running.
Okay,
but there's still work being done.
And there is still work from the brief I've just received, that there is still some work being done. That's what I wanted to really get to confirm and to get. Because if I say, okay, the brief says 80%, but I think I need to go to briefly meet with my team just to confirm. It says 80% of the, I don't know, 80%.
Honorable Paul.
Translates to, can I beg for your indulgence, Honorable?
Honorable Mabeo, please.
Yes.
Honorable Paul, I'm still trying to manage this one. Honorable Paul, you have asked so many questions that remain unanswered.
That's why. That's what I was intending to go.
And you repeat the questions and they are still not answered. So I suspect maybe there could be someone who could answer these questions better in your team.
Yes.
Maybe.
But do you expect PS to know these things?
He doesn't.
Rather than call somebody else to come and answer this, which I believe it's your prerogative to decide on it.
Yes.
Can PS answer me on this one? How many employees, how many personnel were dealing with the assembly of these cars? Ke batho ba le kae ba neng ba hiretswe go assemble dikoloi tse, and ne ba hirilwe ka entry level e heng, because I understand now they are public servants.
You can ask it again. Are they public servants? Are they public servants?
They are B3 employees, they are public officers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Assisted by Chinese, where the cars originate. One suspect.
Well, for purposes of capacity building.
How many people, how many are we looking at?
I'm just checking my figures.
Yeah. You have
Uh,
not been answered, and I do concur with you that the peers should know, but he doesn't know.
Modula Stiro, negere, has a buiwa ka a public asset. Hosna di gara was due to Allah. Oboto ka hore gongwe SPAC. Rago ipone la ka mato dio se di diragalantshe. Re kgone gore re botsa be re itse gore botsa so se teng ka ra se seo.
Yeah, that could be part of our program, but as far as today is concerned, really we are constrained in terms of time. So clearly you don't have the answers. And that is why I was saying maybe from the break, we may get someone to explain, or you may get a better briefing, because you are clearly not answering the questions asked by Honorable Polloholo. Not at all. Actually, as you attempt to answer, there is even more confusion. So, Honorable Polloholo, let's progress to the next question.
Yes.
The next set of questions.
Yes. The next one, when I raised the issue of the rental, which is around 170,000 pula per month, he was mentioning construction of some workshop or something. Can you...
Some charging stations, he said?
No. He was saying these are kept in a warehouse, but then he was saying they're in the process of constructing some assembly point. Can you please elaborate on that?
I was saying, as part of the program, we have procured a manufacturing plant. This is the plant that will help us, or that help us to assemble these vehicles. So the plant was procured, and it has been assembled at this warehouse which we have rented. So we have the assembling plant there. This was the plant that we were going forward and even now used for the assembly of plant. Because
on the short PS you procured, for how much are you paying for this new assembly point? And mind you, you mentioned already the advice has been that this moves to another ministry altogether. So you go ahead and procure an asset. For how much are you paying for that asset?
The assembly plant.
Let me indicate that this procurement was done last year, and
for how much you also mention?
That was for 8 million, 8.1 million. That is the assembly plant.
That's procuring as in buying?
Yes.
Outright?
Yes.
Are you aware that B3 has some facilities which are unoccupied?
I'm aware that B3 has some facilities. Yes, we have one in Kanye. I think there's another one in Francistown. And these are the plans that we are also using for, because as part of the program, we are also retrofitting. So these are the plans, the facilities. Yes, we are aware.
Yeah. So unoccupied, you say?
Yes,
Yeah.
like the one in Kanye. Were you aware that you had that before you took a decision to procure a new asset?
Yes, we are aware, because that is why we started with this program, with retrofitting, and we will to continue using it for that purpose.
Can you clarify that? You went, oh, okay, fine. Let me rephrase it. The asset, the property that you have in Kanye, was it not fit for purpose? Yaroka assemble these cars before you took a decision of buying?
An assessment was made of the facilities, but given the magnitude of the work that we were anticipating, it turned out that the Kanye facility was not quite suitable for that.
If an assessment was done, would you be in a position to share the findings of that assessment? Because here is a property for many years left or abandoned, and one might even want to know the loss and the decision to the coffers and hearts. So are you in a position to take us in confidence, or indeed an assessment was done and Kanye, among many others, was found not to be suitable for the project?
We can share that information to that regard.
Okay, so those that you have not answered, the price for the vehicles and the number of employees and their levels, I guess it's in Chairman.
Yeah, I think you should.
We will deal with. Let me go to my second question now. I came across a very interesting read, Etswako Business Botswana, to do with the DM model. How much of interest do you have to some of these expert written documents perhaps was not solicited by your office? Are you aware there's a position paper that Business Botswana wrote on the DM model?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though the paper was never formally presented to us, we came across it. That was while the model itself was still ongoing, and that was also moving towards the phase where we were to instigate the review of the model. So we are aware of that, and as part of the literature that is available, and also as part of our continuous engagement, because Business Botswana is one of the key stakeholders that we regularly engage, and we have engaged them on this program as well.
Did you engage them prior to the implementation phase, the DM model? Were they involved, or it came a little later?
I don't have a record, but several stakeholders were engaged, mainly after the program was conceived, while the team that was brought in to oversee the program, they are the ones who intensified the engagement, and in the process, Business Botswana was one of the stakeholders that were engaged. But I don't have a clear record as to whether prior to conceiving the model they were engaged.
What would have been the reason to implement before engaging stakeholders? Some of them, I believe, very critical or crucial to the cause.
That is an issue that we have picked. There are some stakeholders that were engaged, especially the local authorities. They were engaged prior to adopting the program. They were engaged. But perhaps the engagement that was done, it was not adequate to other stakeholders who are very, very important and critical.
Okay. Still on the, do you have any litigation that came to your ministry as a result of the implementation of the DM model?
As far as I recall, I don't recall handling any mitigation matter, because as I don't recall any properly presented litigation matter presented to us on how the DM program was sourced. I still have to find out if there is.
It could have been for in line with the awarding implementation, that is, and or the suspension of some of the projects. You don't recall any? I mean, can I, through the chair, Mr. Chair, also allow, if you agree, for the peers to pack this one and just go double check, because there is some litigation.
Yeah, go double check peers.
Yes.
Going forward, Parliament raised an issue with the DM model and called for its review. And we learned that the review exercise has been completed. When should we expect to get a response on this? Because we represent the general public, and this was coming out of the general public, more so that they were of the view that the DM model, many of the contractors are foreign-based, so it was not having a positive impact in the economy in terms of economic empowerment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. As I indicated, yes, indeed, the review exercise has been concluded, and we are currently engaging the Presidency and Cabinet, as well as the DM themselves. Once we have completed this exercise, then the report will be available to be made public, Honorable Member.
Can I intervene, Chair?
Let him finish. We are now under.
You may be reviewing, it's okay, but of the more than 50 or around 150 projects under the DM, is it correct that a big chunk of them are still at conception stage?
Yes, if you recall, Honorable Member, through you, Mr. Chairman, from the 148, there are 78 projects that were allowed to continue. And from the 78, only 16 of them had progressed to construction, which means the remaining 62 were still going through the pre-construction activities.
Back to the report, the Business Botswana report. Part of what I picked as remedies to the challenges they highlighted was that perhaps government should consider ending or termination at that stage because it's cheaper for government than continue to construction stage. What would be your take on that?
Honorable Chairperson, that is part of the scope of the review. And once we have arrived at that point, we will certainly make a pronunciation. That is why I've said the Presidency Cabinet and the DM themselves, they are currently being engaged to look deeply into the findings and the recommendations.
It's critical to the question.
Go ahead.
The capitalist project team, what is their responsibilities? I mean, are they involved in the monitoring and evaluation and ensuring that the quality of the product is achieved?
Yes, that was the main objective, to set them as a dedicated full-time structure to oversee this new program.
Are they also involved with the project, I mean, the review exercise? Did they form part of the review exercise?
No, sir. The review exercise constituted people who came from outside.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. There's a lot of interest on the particular issue of DM. And I know one of the Huawei's Parayan. When I learn, can you but I've also noticed interest from Honorable Malusi. We may want to take a break now. When we come back, we'll take Honorable Malusi and Honorable Diwa. I'll sum up, and then we'll go to the financials. So I know there are certain things that you have to report on when we come back from the break. Both of you. Please, you don't have to be reminded about those. It's our Audits, Lotadi report. What's when you're not Harantse re bua jaana, re bua ka e-mobility, re bua ka DM. Go le ba gona le mothala hela wa waste. Mothala hela wa go thoka go i-applya, pay attention to detail. Mothala hela wa go thoka go dira due diligence mo dikganyeng tse di amang madi a setšhaba. Is very, very worrying. It's very, very concerning. And ke dumela gore ha re bua le lona jaana, le lona le a lemoga gore go na le mothala o. Honorable members, we may have to engage further on some matters or arrive at logical conclusions, including sometimes visiting some of these installations. But for now, let's go for tea. And we only go for tea for 20 minutes because we are trying to manage time here. Thank you very much. What is the okay, Munil. What's a mule Maranyana? Are we ready to roll? Thank you very much. Nigero Morisimule, Resimule Cahore, Nirikileran, Alekanya Hore. Hamutata Hava, we are kind is in it. Under oath. Horai. Yanu, we have a resource in the Attorney General. Bakari Talu says, Akabu Kuchani Halore, Onimorai, Kisser Tabon Samaranter Chiri, they will allow my Ekotaramuko Pora, Leva, Attorney General.
Okay, so what happens when a person makes a false affirmation or declaration? It's covered under Section 5 of the Provisional Awards Act and is also under Section 117 of the Penal Code. If a person swears falsely or makes false affirmation or declaration before any person authorized to administer such oath or take a declaration upon a matter of public concern, under such circumstances that if such falsehood, if committed in a judicial proceeding, would have amounted to perjury, is guilty of an offense. Punishment therein, the person is liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years.
Akona fine Timothy.
There is no fine under the penal code.
Okay. Ketsagora akere you pretty. Gate le ba basar bole nete rona. Akere gona le go di courts na le go PAC ona le go kae. Mile rona ba PAC ra coverwa mo teng.
Yes, as a person who is dealing with a matter of public concern.
Okay.
Yes.
Ketsagore ra utu akere ba ka boleng. Gore ntse ya go diputso tse dingwe re ta go di boletsa go thoko gore ya no rona ha re dumela gore motho re boleletse ga e sena nnete kore di ya gore process re phesiwa so yeo ke yone o tla re bolelelang go thoko gore o re thuse motho etso re a leboga a re tsweleleng ka dikgang tse dingwe tse nne le melatsa e le gore le rile le ta go di bapala ka nako ya teng ke bone go ntse go na le di-caucus ha ke tsa gore di sotile ao dikgang tseo.
I have one, Chair.
Pierce.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, honorable members. I have one issue from Honorable Member Paloholo. Yes, Honorable Member, I can confirm that we received a matter on the 13th of May this year, which we are currently working on with Attorney General.
Oh, there is a matter on the DMs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we can. Was that the only thing? I know there were issues around Air BOTSWANA. Did you
the
answer to all of them?
The only issue around Air BOTSWANA was pertaining to decisions that were made by the minister in the absence of the board.
Yes.
One of such decisions, as I indicated, was to facilitate the appointment of the general manager. The second one was to work around the program to refleet Air BOTSWANA. And the third one, there is a plane that has been grounded for some few years back. Air BOTSWANA tried to dispose it around 2022, and that exercise was not successful. So towards the end of last year, they came back to the ministry to be given permission to go ahead and try to auction it again to dispose it off, and that permission was granted through the office of the minister. Those are the three decisions so far that were made. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Acting PS, PS, acting PS. Acting PS? Erra, I get what the country decided to go morago. The country among e-mobility that were pursued very vigorously I must say, by Honorable Paulo Hall. I guess there were a number of grey areas there that needed to be clarified, and many other issues that you may not have had answers to at the time. Can you please say, Victim Pierce?
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by
switch on, please.
Thank you, Chair, and let me thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to respond to some of the issues that I could not respond to earlier. I will start with the okay. Let me go to e-mobility. The e-mobility question on employees, as to how many employees have been engaged on this project. We have 14 employees who have been employed for the project.
Honorable Thousand, you are being answered here.
No, this one is for Honorable Paulo Hall. E-mobility. 14 employees, 4 engineers, and 10 technicians. And in terms of the salaries that are being paid, the engineers are paid 39,000 per month. The technicians are 7,500. That is as per the salary grade in your Beatrice.
Okay.
Then going on, continuing. Let me
go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Find out.
Let me then also clarify the issue here, Eddie Koloi, and maybe apologize for the confusion, and in clarifying that, indicate that there is still some work continuing in terms of assembling the vehicles. The work that is going on is with regard to the SUVs. We have completed the buses. The 30 buses are complete, like I stated earlier on. Then on the SUVs, the 50, out of the 50, or let me just correct, okay. Let me just correct the buses. They're actually, correct? Let me just correct before I get wrong. There are 33 buses.
There are 33 buses. That's a correction from the last number you gave us. It was 30. So it's duly corrected. We accept the correction.
And out of the 33, we have completed 32. One bus is being used as a prototype for experiment or hare so that one is not fully completed because it's for experimental purpose. Then on the SUVs, out of 50, we have completed 35.
So you still have 15 that you are working on?
We still have 15 that we are still working on. Maybe just to explain the reason why we are still at 15, just to indicate that when we ordered the SUVs, the parts came in batches, in batches. So the most of the, and we procured the parts at the same time as we procured the assembly line, because it's the assembly line that we needed to assemble the vehicles. The ideal, we are expecting that the assembly line to arrive first, so that we assemble it before we could start the vehicles. But the vehicles arrived first. The consignment, the last consignment for vehicles arrived in January. And for then we had to wait. We did not start immediately on the assembly. We had to wait. I mean, to assemble the vehicles. Then we had to await the assembly line, because we needed that for the purpose of assembling the vehicles. So the assembly line also arrived in January, and then we had to put assemble the assembly, and put it which we completed in April, and that is when we started the assembly of the vehicles. And since we started, we have assembled the 35 that I talked about, and we are still to do the 15. I hope I've responded. Okay, let me say yes, that is the response that I wanted to.
I don't think we will pursue them, but I can. Is there on e-mobility?
Yes.
Because you have been very consistent and persistent on it, I will just give you a chance.
Yeah, he was to go, I think, to
Okay.
the value. Yeah, the 9.
That was on the assembly. Yeah. Then on the value, you had the 9 vehicles. The vehicle, each vehicle, we bought at the amount of $34,000, which translated to 460,000 pula per vehicle, and the total is 4.1, just to round it up.
4.1 million.
For 9.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
With the answer now, there was a bit of confusion. Assembly line. Maybe, but he was saying the 15 in the same time with the assembly line. One would then want to know, I mean, unless I don't understand what an assembly line is.
Yes, I think it's a relevant question. I understand where it's coming from. Setting when the assembly like or what 15 is the assembly line. One assumes that the 35 need you a different assembly line.
Setting way, I'm just trying to. We didn't start. I think there was one vehicle which was assembled even before we started the consignment. This particular consignment. Previously, there was one vehicle which was the semi-knockdown, which was basically for training purpose, and we did that. It was done before the installation of the assembly line, and because it was for training purposes, it has to be there was some makeup assembly line, but for the purpose of the 50 and the buses, the 33, they were done on the assembly line, given the volume. And given that we had to do it right.
Mr. Chair, I think I will not pursue this further, but he was saying assembly line arrived January 2025, and in its completion was April 2025. unless I'm mistaken. This is why the 15 has not been assembled, because your departments are thing do orderly at the same time lay the assembly line.
Yes.
Yeah. What I can clarify, we did not start the assembly of the vehicles before we mounted the assembly line. So we had to wait until we have installed the assembly line. That is what I wanted to correct.
Let me just suggest something, because I clearly your presentation, sir, and your response to Honorable Mutausani's questions and Honorable Pologolo's questions around e-mobility. I think there is a lack of clarity there. There's a lot of confusion, generally a lack of coherence in terms of what you presented to us. So I'm suggesting that you do a report to ourselves, trying to or attempting to answer the questions that have been asked by the committee today, and then submit it to our secretaries. If 2 weeks is not too generous, I'll only give you 2 weeks and complete that write-up.
That is really appreciated, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. The intention is not to harass anybody here, but Helen Mihao Sautwale Sente, Hotarlo has Bakar, we remain very interested in the matter, because it does show that there has been a lot of waste and mismanagement going on, and public funds, I don't think, were used properly.
Maybe I can just respond to Honorable Mutausani's on Botswana Post.
Yes.
There was one on Botswana Post. Okay. No, it was about the salary structure, that they have the salary structure, and you wanted to know the lowest paid and the highest paid. In terms of the lowest paid, it's 5,000 pula. Then in terms of the highest paid, that will be the CEO, who is pegged at F0. Yeah. No, you wanted us to provide with the structure, which we will do later.
Yes. Provide the structure to the Secretariat.
Yes, because that on that structure, what is the progression? Yabone, abana leading notch, abana le gone gore haba hirwa ba simolla. Somebody wanna lay a diploma, a degree, or master's degree, go diragala eng ka bone. In terms of the salary structure, yabone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Diwa, you had a point you wanted to make about DMs, and then Honorable Malus. Please, gentlemen, be brief.
Mine, I'm seeking clarity, really. The projects at DM that were kept on hold. What are the cost implications? As the budget remains the same throughout when they are on hold.
Because I wouldn't want us to exchange further on that one. Honorable Malusi.
I was going to.
Tota, I think I'm ready to PSL. We already DM was a pilot project. But how do you pilot with 148 projects? Was it really a pilot project? Can you just use the Hoko pilot take a post? Because how pilot or pilot then you take it to, you can pilot 23 billion, because I think the whole value was 23 billion.
Yeah. Did you have something? DM? Yeah. If you don't have, that's fine. I will also, because I had a few on DM, I'll just ask so that then Otodi Arabe Soti. Yanta ya DM ka kwanu ke gore. Go lebega gore di companies in the 9. It's only the DMs. There are 9. Go mo motho ka batla go itse hela gore hadle 9 yana. Tse long gore they are fully citizen-owned, di kae mo teng, tse e leng gore di kopanetswe di kae. One would want to know that. I think it's basic information. We do know that the report of the task force hands look at the presidency, but I think that you can report. I mean, your view is very important here. The components, dealing 9, the Hilwe 148 projects. And me nemo how bone ke to ka re yanong ke tsela ya gore batho ba se kae nyana hela ba kole ditiro tse dintsintsi mo kana kana a go mo go a thusa in terms of spreading the jobs and spreading the wealth to Botswana. Ha e le gore batho di DM 9 di ka hua 148 projects. Na ke bona ke to ka re yanong ine le tsela hela ya gore only a few people would benefit from this. Me gape motho ka botsa gore kana me the total cost at the DM in the few years later when le teng ne le bokae gore gongwe le yone o e thatswe sente re utwe. We still await the outcome of the task force, but I think these are the ones that you some of the ones that you can relate to. Me gape ile ya bo hele mo di DM a me mo go tsamaiso yone ya di DM a go ne go letela sega gore company e go tweng ke DM e be le gore e outsource within itself ditiro tse di harologaneng including consultancies including construction. Was that acceptable and allowed? If it was, a go mo ha bona gore ke go kgoreletsa di company tsa Botswana gore le tsone di te di kgone go akola madio ne a tabotara bolella gore ne le bokae, because ha go nna jalo go le ga ke to kare go ne go na le scheme hela to defraud the government in a very smart way gore nyame rona re ta dira ditiro tseo ka tsela yone eo. Me kere ke tseo ra dipotso tse di amang DM re ta re lebile bile re metse tota go utwa gore yo go taintse jang from the presidency. Ha ile rona le o ka ska wa khona go yaraba ga gona molato ka ithopela gore nya ya ke khone go yaraba ka ne go ntso ga tla tata mo task force.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, honorable members. Starting with the projects that have been halted, what is the impact? The 70 projects that have been halted, they have actually gone through the pre-construction stage. Some of them have already reached a point where the budget for the projects have already been negotiated and agreed. And some of those, they were to get into that phase of negotiations where the parties will now sit down after doing all the pre-construction and engage each other to negotiate as to whether they agree on the cost for individual projects. So in a nutshell, as they are being halted, there's no effect. There's nothing there's no problem, because that is the stage that one of the members later on indicated that why can't we stop after we have done all this pre-construction and perhaps reflect on the next step. So the work that has been done was the pre-construction and all the preliminary work. With regard to the pilot, yes, those are some of the issues that really should have been managed properly. It's a new concept, it's a new program. It's for the first time handling this. We should have not allocated so many projects to the program. That one is a fact that we acknowledge that it's one of the issues that we should have managed properly in terms of project allocation to this new project. But it still remains, a project that requires to review it, because we have not yet done it as a scale at which we have done it to. So that is why I was indicating that, yes, especially in terms of project allocation, honorable member, we should have allocated perhaps fewer high-value projects, not so many projects like is the case.
As is the case, this is not a pilot.
Yes, looking at the volume of projects that are being implemented under it, one could say it defeats the concept of it being a pilot.
You go ahead, sir.
On the 9 DMs, which ones? I have 3 that are 100% citizen-owned, because all in all there are 9. 3 are 100% citizen-owned. That leave out 6, and then I have 4 that have consortiums with BOTSWANA companies, which have formed JVs and consortiums with BOTSWANA, and then the 2 are foreign. So that is the setup. The 148 projects allocated to just the 9 DMs. Yes, but the thinking was this way. The construction of these 148 projects, the DMs are being encouraged to appoint several contractors downstream, as well as consultants who are going to help to manage these projects on a day-to-day basis. In the contract that has been signed with the DM, a DM is only, I think they are allowed to retain 60% as a construction portion. And then the 40%, they are expected to allocate it to other contractors, mainly citizen-owned contractors. That is why even from the 16 projects or some of the road projects that we have so far allocated, I have about 17 contractors which have been allocated downstream now to be involved.
Downstream already subcontractor?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that is the case. And in some instances, you will have a project where it will be unbundled to create such an opportunity for many more contractors to participate on.
Total amount?
The total amount, in accordance with the information that has so far been gathered for the 148 project, is taking us to 56 billion.
56 billion?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is a consolidated figure.
Are you saying 56 billion?
Yes, that is the consolidated figure that has been obtained. But this is, it has to be qualified in the sense that it will be confirmed by the completion of the pre-construction work that is still ongoing on some, but this is in accordance with the information that you get as an estimation for a project.
That's fine.
Yes.
We are not going to go into any depth, but we may just want to know how much has been disbursed so far to the 9 GMs.
Just a minute.
Of the 56 billion, how much has been disbursed to the 9 DMs? You're talking 9 DMs, 56 billion a pooler. And others are subcontractors.
The total expenditure for all the 148 projects, because each and every project has got an activity that is taking on, including those that have now graduated to construction, it's 1.1 billion.
So far is 1.1 billion?
Yes.
Has been disbursed?
Yes.
Okay. I will not pursue the matter any further. We've got your answers. Not that we are happy, but we also appreciate that the issue is a matter of the task force, and we will obviously engage with the matter in Parliament, honourable members.
Just a follow-up.
I would not want to encourage that route, because otherwise this is a very contentious, pegged matter. I would encourage that we move ahead and do the other most important things here.
There is a challenge.
Yeah, there is. There is a big challenge, and this is a matter that we are going to engage in Parliament. I guess once the report comes out, it goes through the presidency, then it will come to Parliament. There are a lot of questions to be asked. I don't think you can give the answers now, because our hands will be encumbered by the process that is taking place now. But really, there are a lot of issues here that show that we did not do things properly. Right from the issue of the pilot. I mean, you are piloting with 148 projects. That is very wrong. And then you get these companies, 9 companies for 56 billion. That's too much. Those who can do their maths will realize that the average will be a few billions, which to some of us is very unfair. I think we should go to the financial. And some of the issues you can pick from the financials, honourable members. Can you use it too? Honourables, we are not the financials, Accountant General, Attorney General, and Auditor General. We are going to the financials.
Part 1, page 16. We close the first table and we monitor the next table. Page 17, we close and then we monitor the next one. Page 16. Oh, page 17.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Attorney General wants to update any update, but these are both memos.
Unfortunately, I don't have an update on this ones. From the look of things, it's a go DPP, but we can follow up and find out.
Yes. There are memos anyway. Page 18.
No, but wait a minute.
We have something at page 17.
Yeah, page 17. As to who should give an update. It cannot just be that AGs cannot answer to this. Does it go back to the accounting officer to give an indication as to what the update is pertaining to, to number 2 on page 17?
But the last here in the comments, they are saying that.
Can they give an update on that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it is their comment. They say it's dated 14 November. What is the status now?
Chief of Finance, please. Or Chief Accountant.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I can comment on this, the date as at 14th November 2024 is the date when we have returned to Director of Prosecution and Director of Public Prosecution when we were following up the case, and the response was that they don't have that information, and we continue on following them up if they have the information concerning this matter, and up to now we didn't have any information. We are still following them, but the follow-up is not fruitful.
Accounting officer, a letter was written to DPP, and that was in November, and in October there's still no response. What is going to, what are you going to do moving forward? Unless the purpose of writing the letter was to tick a box that before you come for your permit engagement, you would have something to say pertaining to the matter.
We continue to engage on this matter, honorable members. And this matter, it appears to be very, very difficult. But we continue to engage, as it is even indicated that even the Botswana police, we even engage them to try and find out some of the most important information. But we can confirm that we will continue to engage, say, until the matter is resolved.
Chair, if I may, the first one, the prosecution of the applicants is permanently stayed as per judgment dated 27th November 2023. Permanent stay means a specific study in terms of the criminal.
Yeah, but question is on the second one.
Yeah, on the second one also, I was going to ask if they did report it to the police, because it seems the police have no record of it. If the police don't have a record of it, DPP would have a record of it, because I agree it's investigation through the police and then it's referred to the DPP.
Mapodisi ba ne ba tsengwa mo kganni ka gore ha ke ya goroga hela ko DPP me lo ra gona mapodisi ga gare.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Police has the issue has been reported to police.
Through you, Chair. It has been reported to the police. So what would that mean? It would mean it's proper that the DPP is handling it.
It would mean that the DPP is handling it, but Hannah, I have a challenge with response from the Commissioner of Police indicated that the debtor does not have a criminal case. Or does it mean there wasn't sufficient evidence for Abachajiwa with a criminal offense or what? Because DPP, they prosecute, Mapodisi wa hiditse go investigate.
When we tell our commissioner or we are told,
that's why maybe it's a thing of they're still investigating, they haven't charged them yet, or I don't know. That part does not have a criminal case, or reported. Because at least they should have something to show we are still investigating, or we've referred it to the DPP for further prosecution.
Well, thank you. If I can, I unfold the case. This issue has happened. This officer was working in the Department of Civil Aviation, now CAAB, around 2003. There were allegations that there are misappropriation of funds. A paying officer at the check office in accountant general. Then it happened that Hora had the check office in accountant general. Different figures. So this matter has been dealt with Office of Accountant General before it was transferred to our ministry.
Will be at its 2000 and something, I guess.
Yes.
Then what would be the point? Is there anything that can still be done? Can DPP still look at 2006? If the police say, I want to case more 2006, because can I booking? Even the first one, It says the Attorney General has just explained or permanently stayed what there's nothing that can be done. And the question is November 23 what they permanently stayed. So why are we still case under review? What are we reviewing then?
Actually, we are not supposed to write this statement, yeah, case under review. Is a mistake. I will apologize for that. So what happened is that a request for write-off has been done and it has been forwarded to the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, and this other one, I think the concerning thing is that the amount is huge, right? For the second one.
Suggest or little Attorney General. Is there any point in going like at this? Because looking at the time factor as well.
Yes, I'm looking at the time, but I'm also looking at the amount. I'm worried about the amount, 1.6 million.
But if it's 2006 and high school we receive
2003 actually.
And my police were one case. I mean, I
Chairman,
don't know.
Are we saying Maria 1.6 million? Ke kganyetswang from 2003 le go mpiwa go so receive.
Yeah, that's correct.
Ow! Accounting officer, say, what have you done? What's going on?
Accounting officer. No, we can't.
We are following the matter, Honorable Chairperson. As the Chief Accountant has indicated, this matter, initially it started elsewhere and it was transferred to our ministry, but we are pursuing it with all means to try and get all the necessary background information and establish if there is anything that we can get, Honorable Chairperson.
Again, you also want to clarify the comments around the police commissioner and there be no case here, or they treat it as civil. Attorney General, could it be possible? Can I have the my police to in the civil? Had the over in Yatota, like with the figure that they do with the criminal cases. So what could it be? I think this matter should be investigated further so that we get clarification by our county officer.
It could be a possibility because if a criminal pursuit fails, you can always fall back to a civil route. But another problem now is going to be the time frame. 2003, that's 22 years ago. Are we even sure this person was answered them also?
Me, tota se tshwenya ke gone gore account officer madi a mantsi gono gore ga go bua ka dimilione mo pusong o itse ka re go bua ka madi a seng a sepe. But this is a lot of money. O le ke tshwana thata no a ke tsa gore a mantsi a mane nna ke dumela gore madi a mantsi thata gore nka ba re le pele ga letale o le tshwenyegile ka gore le tuo gore ra le reng ka madia. But the way I see, yes, the two are already going to 2 million. So I don't know, but I think accounting officer, pursue this matter. You say you are pursuing it by all means. I think some information must be brought to us regarding where it is in particular, particularly the comments made by the police commissioner. I just hope and wish it's a mistake. That write-up is a mistake, but please find out for us.
Yes.
Can we continue?
Yes, the memos anyway. Page 18, memo. Both tables are memos. Page 19, we close the first table. We memo the next one. Page 20, Accountant General, can we close these? 3? Are they not after cutoff?
1, 2, 3. Yes, we memo the first 2 and we close 3.
Okay, we close 3 and the rest and we memo the first 2, the rest we close. Others are dealt with. 21 has been dealt with. 22 dealt with. And I notice already that many places where you correct the balance, yeah, memo, report, and what. Those things should be done. If there are any corrections. That's where the correction should be. It's in PC.
Thank you.
Okay, page 23. We close. And the other one is dealt with. Page 24, we close. The others dealt with. Page 25, that dealt with. 26 dealt with, and 27, 28, up to 29, the top table. The bottom table, we close the first 2, and 30, they're all dealt with, and then we close the bottom table. 31, they're dealt with. 32, top table is cleared. Number 2 on the second table, cleared. 33, we memo the first 3, the rest are dealt with. Okay.
There's on page 33, there seems to be this trend, overpayment of salaries. And in this particular instance, there's over 636,000 pula overpayment, with the highest overpaid employee receiving over 127,000 pula. I think there could be a very solid, valid reason for this overpayment. And perhaps this is an opportune time for us to understand what causes this in your ministry.
Because Auditor General's report.
Will that give the reason as to why?
We will see what the reason they're saying there. Okay.
Because it's very concerning. APA is a recurring matter on the overpayments.
Yes. 34, 35, 36, 37, that all dealt with. And then 38, memo the first one, close the second, memo the third one. And then we close 4 and 5, the rest are dealt with. So we're done with the memo. Let's go to the response of the Auditor General's report.
We're done with the memorandum of progress.
The first is the revenue. So we monitor page 4.
More page 4, director's fees. How does it become a revenue? I thought director's fees, when they sit for meetings, so at the body we pay out, they don't pay in. Kanaja. The top one on page 4.
Thank you, Honorable. Director's fees here, it's a revenue because when they pay, they use a revenue account. It's not a recurrent account.
When they pay you, Raja, who pays?
Directors when they come for the board meeting.
directors pay for coming to the board meeting?
Yes.
They pay.
No, I think directors really. You have
technical advisor, please advise us.
No, let them answer. They have an answer.
Chief Accountant.
Thank you, sir. These are the fees that are paid by parastatals for government meetings.
Before, in era how miracle government, no sir receive your director's business at the Kohoen.
I thought maybe there could be an answer. Why
I don't know. I'm not sure about the date when they started the director's fees.
Honorable.
Ka tshwara eno ya confuse a ke tsora go ka nna le vocabulary nngwe ka tlhalosa ya ka ntse ha ntse ana na o ka re directors are paying, but what you are saying ke gore parastatals are paying to the ministry to pay directors.
No. Gore in ere ha lo mereki wa puso ha o seta in a board madi ga e go go ena ya go for that sitting allowance it like puso.
Chief Accountant, you should be able to explain this really.
So go change le ano a ya go mereki kana ntsa ya go puso.
I go pursue.
Change but I'm not sure when it
Auditor,
started.
General, Accountant General, my dear, whether puso was sitting with body. Ayakai.
As Secretary has indicated, Nansaya into the coffers, Sapusho. But since last year, Molaution Chiliano and Elwa, the directors. I mean, they're the members who are sitting in the boards.
Okay.
Yes.
You can't already tell us as a Chief Accountant. I will know how like you want to evocate. You want to read your law in negative evocate me.
Thank you.